the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Happy Monday, all that. It is Monday, right? Yes, it is Monday. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone.
Mary Santora is right over there, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Is my camera working?
I having
I
problems
don't know.
with
Is your
everything.
camera working?
It's not working. I'll come fix it in the
I would
break.
say I don't
though.
touch anything, so.
Are you sure?
I do the same thing. I touch the same things
It should
every
always
day.
be on, so
Yeah,
there's something.
Unless someone pulls
Something got jacked up over here. It looks like this thing doesn't.
When you come in
I
each
don't know. I'll
day,
figure it out.
sometimes I won't see Poundcake, but I saw him walk in today. So walk me through what you touch when you walk in.
Well, first I walk in. Well, I touch the handle to the door. I always pull, and it's a push. So
Real handle toucher.
Yep. So I make that mistake every day.
Almost a year in,
I
you
always
still pull the door, but
'Cause
there are never ever on-air studio doors in any radio station that pull out.
But the handle just calls for being pulled.
But you've worked in this business for a long time now.
Yeah.
There's never ever. You've only you know.
Because you work here doesn't mean you work well. Like.
But we've been here almost a year. I mean, you worked at a radio station in college. There's
And I
no
pulled
such
that
thing as a studio door that pulls out.
Yeah. Well, you just asked my routine. I didn't say it was
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
We got ya.
He did get me.
I was gonna say, I
He
didn't do
answered
anything.
my question.
Okay.
So you're like a little Far Side cartoon every day. Instead of pushing the door, you pull it, and then you remember to walk in.
I'm like,
and
ooh, yep, ooh, it's a push. So then I push.
yep, and then what do you touch?
I set my bag down, so I touch the chair behind me, and then I turn on the computer and I log
Do
in.
you sniff the chair by any chance? You know, you're not the only one that uses that studio.
No.
Okay. Scott Reese is in there in the morning.
Who's he?
He is the producer of the WTAM morning show, Wills and Snyder. The great Bill Wills, the great Michael Snyder, and Scott Reese is there.
Oh, they
Everybody
call him
they call him Scooter.
Okay, I do
But
know.
I don't call people by their air names because I think that's juvenile and that's when the red light is on and he's a grown man, so I'm going to call him Scott. Yeah, he is in there in the morning, and you share that. You know, like Mark Nolan and I share this studio. The two of you share that. I just wondered as a
I do not.
historically as a chair sniffer.
I have, but I have not sniffed these chairs.
All right.
And everything's askew when I get in here because I have my stuff set up a particular way. I'm not gonna say it's OCD because everyone wipes their ass with OCD, but I have it a particular way. I don't need this keyboard unless I'm doing something on this computer.
Especially people
So-
with OCD, they wipe a lot.
Yeah.
Wipe until
Tell me
it's
about it.
bloody, and then you have to start the cycle all over again because you're waiting for that tissue to get clean. Okay, so you well, no, listen, everybody's going to set up their studio the way they like it. There's nothing weird about that. I have to do that every day.
But again, I don't have any like stuff in here. Anything I come with, I leave with. Sometimes there's wrappers in here. I'm like, oh, I'm the
Like
you know,
Lil Trippy Red or
whatever. There's little snack wrappers in here. I'm like,
snack wrappers.
and I'm like, I didn't do that. I always clean up my mess. I don't leave because if I leave something in here, it's a problem. But someone would be like, Poundcake didn't clean up the studio, or Poundcake is eating in here, or whatever. So I never.
Nothing
leave
like
any
that would
trace.
happen. There's no one at the wheel here. Nothing like that would happen. There wouldn't be one comment made about Poundcake left wrappers in there.
I don't know.
You should see the crap that is left in some of these studios. Have you ever gotten an email of anybody complaining?
No, because
No,
it's not
not
me.
one.
Everyone's persecuting me.
Oh, that's what it is. Oh, okay. Well, do me a favor.
Hey.
Would you leave a couple of things in there? Let's test this theory. Do that for me.
I'll see if I get a snack.
Please, yeah, leave a couple wrappers, whatever you're going to have for a snack today. Leave the wrappers in there. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Okay, I will. I'll leave them askew to make it look like it's a...
Whatever you want. My prediction is that they'll just get thrown away.
I think they'll
get thrown
sit
away.
here.
Huh?
I think they'll sit for quite a while.
You think so?
I think so.
You think Scott will come in tomorrow morning and just move your wrappers to the side?
I don't even think they'll be moved to the side. It's not even like a Scott thing. Just in general, whenever something is left in here, it sits. Like now again, I get in here at a particular time, so maybe it's cleaned up before I get there. But the stuff that I see in here that sits here, there was like gum or something in here.
Wait, gum sits in there?
Not
chewed gum?
No, a pack of gum.
Oh, a pack of gum.
Ow! And then I was just like, oh, that's odd. And it just sat there. And then I was like, well, it's been like a month. I'm going to throw it away. So I threw it away.
Why not chew it?
Because it wasn't my gum.
But it wasn't your gum to throw away either.
But it's left in here, so I'm going to throw it away.
I see.
I didn't want to have someone, hey, that's my gum that you're chewing in there. They just remembered that they left it in there a month
I
ago.
see. They'd get mad that you were chewing their gum, not mad that you had thrown the whole pack away.
Because chances are...
I'm trying to follow along. I'm having a hard time.
If they left it in here and I throw it away, they're not going to see it. But if it's left in here and I just take a piece...
Oh, I see. If there's one piece missing. Yeah, but anybody can walk. But anybody can walk into any one of these rooms. So anyone could conceivably have gone, ooh, I like chewing gum. Like for me, for instance, I chew gum. I like chewing gum. Now, if I saw a pack of gum, I don't think I would take a piece from it. But
well, I guess we'll test that too.
Conceivably, somebody could do that. It depends on if it's sticks, which seems to be that.
Capsule,
I was going to say it's not really in vogue anymore, right? You either get them in the, you get the pieces of gum in the container, or you get the shrink-wrapped, freeze-dried gum that you got to pop out of the foil.
My buddy got me Beeman's gum the other day because he was at
old-timey gum.
Yeah,
yep.
He's at that candy store that's right over on the corner, and we were recording a podcast, and he's like, hey, I'm at this candy store. Do you want anything? I'm like, actually, could you give me some gum? He's like, yeah, and he gives it to me. He's like, this is the only gum they had.
They just had Tea-Berry and Blackjack.
My dad used to love Tea-Berry
Sure,
gum.
my mom, too.
And I take out a piece, and just all this dust flies off it because it's got that white. It's similar to like the gum that would be in baseball cards
to keep it from sticking to things.
To keep it from sticking to things, and it was very funny that it, like as I opened up like all this, I was making fun of it for being old gum, and then it was literally dusty.
Yeah.
And I know you say there's...
You don't even have to go down there, by the way. They still sell those, like in the with the gums, a Giant Eagle. You can still get Tea-Berry and Blackjack and all that.
Okay, well, I'll just...
For future reference, Bill, now that you're hooked.
I didn't like it.
Oh. What flavor is Beeman's?
I don't know. It's just an old gum. It's gum flavor.
Gum flavored.
Yeah. Xanthan.
It was the very first gum.
Yeah, seriously.
Delicious xanthan.
I mean, Alan, I know you say that the studios aren't, they're for everyone to use, but it would be weird because Bob uses the same studio every day. If I just happen to walk
in there, do it tomorrow.
No, I'm not going to do that.
No, but that is his dedicated production studio. Nobody broadcasts out of there. I'm saying anyone. I've come into work at weird times before. I've been in here like on a Sunday afternoon or on a Saturday night or doing something, right? And I've had to go into another studio to do my production because there's someone in here. On the weekends, they put like board ops in here so it looks like there's somebody here. Mm-hmm. People are walking by the window.
Even with sales, though, like they're sitting at the same desk every day. And I'm not saying if it was overflow, like if every desk was full and you just had to find, or like most of every desk was full and you had to like find somewhere to sit and do your work, I'm sure you could use one of your desks. But if it was like pretty much empty and you just sit at like a person's desk that they sit at every day, people would be like, man,
start going through the drawers.
Yeah, I sit here. Like, this is my desk. Like, people work at the same spot every day.
Hey, you have any xanthan gum in here?
It would be so annoying.
I've developed a hankering for it. It's really hard to find.
One of our sales girls is pregnant, and I have gone in her desk. Well, I have gone in her desk because she has told me there's snacks in there. So sometimes when I'm extra desperate, she's like, yo, I always have like pretzels or some kind of snack. I'm like, all right, I have a little emergency pretzel, I'll be all right.
Did she have that before she was pregnant, or is it like because she's pregnant?
She just told me about it like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you could tell somebody because
not only does Mary not want her own children, she will eat the snacks from the desk of a woman who's getting ready to have one.
Yeah, absolutely.
back at Oak Tree, there was a person that used to have like all the snacks in their desk, and I'm like, worst thing you could ever tell me, because I'm getting Jolly Ranchers and Laffy Taffies, got all the candy in there.
Why not just bring your own candy?
Because it's free
You don't
candy and
always
they
want-
got to get rid of it.
Or you're just like walking by and you're like, oh.
Right, but isn't
I'll grab
free
a piece
candy
of-
isn't free candy invariably old candy?
Doesn't
That's
have
why
to
it's
be.
really.
A Jolly Rancher Jolly Ranchers don't really get old.
No, I'm saying a Laffy Taffy, boy. You can break a tooth biting into that. If
You
it's,
can, yeah.
yeah.
That's why I got to get it early. If it's still in there, I'm like, ooh, let me feel it real
Put it in
quick.
the microwave.
You know how they do with like the fake coins? They bite the side of it to know.
Yeah, make sure it's real, like Underdog.
They do the same thing.
Yeah. I got to take a break here. Plenty of chances for you to grab some money as that continues all this week, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. That next keyword that could get you $1,000 is coming up on the way, 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
Vanderpump Rules, all reality TV, and everything else in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 in about 8 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen for those keywords all this week. Get about 13 of them every day. Last week to grab some of that money, though, so don't miss any of these chances. Once we get to the end of the week here on this program, we will welcome the leggy and vivacious Dr. Ryan Berglund back to the friendly confines for another installment of Is It Red? If you're new to the program, Dr. Berglund is a surgical urologist at the Cleveland Clinic. And he joins us a few times a year to field your questions, guys, about stuff that's going on down there.
Sorry.
You're so good looking. And he will be here on Friday.
I get it.
Thank you.
There's people that were texting me last week when I was off, and you were making Seinfeld references, and it wasn't hitting with Mary and Cody.
That's okay.
So I want to make sure that I'm pointing it out to the people.
Well,
that
those
I
are
get
for
it.
me. You don't even have to go that far. Those are just for me.
And pointing it out is just for me.
So Dr. B will be here on Friday. So if you have questions for him, maybe you can't listen live, you can always email them to me. The segment is called Is It Red? And we'll do that on Friday afternoon. I will have Buzzard Fest passes for you all this week. That is coming up fast as well. That is going to be 1 week from...
1 week?
It's been 1 week from Friday.
It's been...
out at Victory Sports Park. We weren't even told about the set times around here. It's a good thing I was following Victory Park live on social media, because that's where I saw or Victory Fest live. Is that what it is? Where I saw the set times of the weekend for Buzzard Fest. Incubus will be our headliner for that show, but Bush is going to play, and Live and Filter. Bush is just here for Incarceration. Welshly Arms, great Cleveland band, going to be on the bill. Kaleidoscope Kid, Winona Fighter. So I will have passes for you all this week. I know we're doing a thing where you can get 4 of them for $220. So look into that. Go to buzzardfest.com. If you want to join us on the Alan Cox Show cruise, we haven't done that since the before times. That'll head back out on the lake on the Nautica Queen on August the 26th. It's called Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. You have to win your way on. I did the finals for the Buzzard Bike at Slim and Chubby's on Saturday and talked to a lot of people and had a lot of fun. Tony from Parma got the brand new Harley that we gave away. Very exciting. He was the second to last person whose name I called, and he ended up having the winning key. But a lot of people were asking about the cruise. You have to win your way on, but we will have a couple of ticket stops where you can come out and try to win too over the next couple of weeks, and I will tell you about those. I think those are actually back-to-back nights. So those details will be coming very soon, too. Guardians here at home will start up against the Kansas City Royals tonight. The Phillies avoided the sweep. Guards almost got 3 over on them here at home, but Philly won 8-5 last night. So Kansas City Royals here at home against the Guardians. It's a 7:10 start here on MMS. Of course, if you're listening live, you can hear it on the iHeartRadio app. We were out on Friday, ran a sum-up show, and Tony Bennett died while we were gone. Yeah. And
not because we weren't on.
Well, we don't know that. They have
Good
not.
point, good point.
They have not yet announced the cause of death, other than probably just old age. Tony Bennett was around for so long and had remained so relevant-ish that people kind of forgot that he was as old as he was. He was 96 years old. And he had kind of a fallow period in like the 60s and early 70s, but he began to do different things. He had smart people guiding his career. I think his son is his manager. And so he was on the very first episode of The Tonight Show when Carson took over, when Johnny Carson took over from a guy named Jack Parr. If you go that far back, you're not getting Seinfeld references. He ain't going to get this. But Tony Bennett was on the very first Johnny Carson hosted Tonight Show.
Is one of the great singers in the world. I think Frank Sinatra once said about Tony, he is the greatest singer in the world. And he was a guest of mine on the very first show we did, October 1, 1962, out of New York.
October 1, 1962, and they used to do the Tonight Show in New York City. It was a 90-minute show. And then Johnny Carson, that's why they used to have, they were like, tonight, and then they'd rattle off 10 guests because they had to fill up friggin' 90 minutes. But Tony Bennett had a ton of hits. But when I was a kid, he'd show up on the Muppet Show. That was like how I knew who he was. So he was smart along the way to keep himself in the pop culture bloodstream, right? He was on The Simpsons, and he did an MTV Unplugged, which was a massive, massive hit for him. Somebody in his inner circle said, hey, do MTV Unplugged, which at that time was, the domain of only a handful of bands, and none of them were like Tony Bennett. And he did that, and I think he got a Grammy for that. And then more recently, he did that thing with Lady Gaga.
Well, you could just say she was an older lady. You don't know that she was a Grammy.
Mary?
No.
But you get it, right?
But you do get it. That's
get it,
that's
though,
the
right?
good side.
We get it.
That is
We
the
got it.
upside. You do get it. There's nothing.
And she's mad she didn't think of it.
Well,
You're right.
so he would do these duets albums. He would sing with Aretha Franklin and Willie Nelson and Lady Gaga. He sang with Amy Winehouse, which was reportedly the very last recording she did before she died, was her and Tony Bennett. And his real name was Anthony Benedetto. He was quite an accomplished painter, too. In fact, if you've ever been to the, whatever it's called, the American Art Museum in Youngstown, I'm not quite sure what the museum is called, but I think it's like the American Art Museum of Youngstown. They have Tony Bennett paintings there.
My gosh.
Painted under his real name, but
I looked him up. They're legit, dude.
he's very good.
I hate
very
people
accomplished.
Like that.
I love people like that.
Why do
people
you get to be good at everything?
Well, not everything, but more than one thing. I'm only good at one thing. It'd be great to be good.
What is it?
Huh? Bill, see me after the show.
I don't know what I'm good at.
Is it asking people to see after the show?
Who's this guy on his motorcycle?
Oh, it's
Rat loves-
Rat.
Oh,
It
there's
says
Rat.
Rat loves
What's up,
you.
Oh, hey, all right, there's Rat. Good. He's
He's listening, yeah, very cool.
All right, then.
He has his motorcycle on the sidewalk.
Well, you got to put it somewhere. When you're Rat, you do what you want, man. You know?
Rats go where they want.
That is correct.
That's awesome.
Tony Bennett left his third wife behind. He had a bunch of kids by his first couple of wives, but a very popular guy.
Did we say his net worth?
I didn't see that. Maybe a lot. He was a World War II veteran. He fought in the Battle of Bulge.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah!
$200 million.
There you go.
Well, actually,
All
over
you
the course
care
of
about.
96 years,
Yes, let's see if you're worth that after a course of 96
we're
years.
not talking about me. I'm not even going to get to 96, so you're comparing apples to oranges. I'm just saying, $200 million in 96 years. When you think about, like a Lady Gaga who's a quarter of his age. And,
That's only $2 million a year. I mean,
That ain't nothing.
come on. Almost. So, yeah, he was a World War II veteran. He got drafted in the 40s, and he fought the Nazis. And
Jeez, this guy.
he was he liberated one of the concentration camps. And Battle of the Bulge, though, that was like the biggest battle in World War II. So to be part of that and to come home and, it was a big, big deal. So Tony Bennett was 96 years old when he died. They did a big Radio City Music Hall thing for him when he turned 90 a few years ago.
If we can try with every day to make it better as it grows.
I mean, listen to that voice at 90, for Christ's sake. I mean, even if you like Tony Bennett, I liked when Alec Baldwin would play him. He'd do the Tony Bennett show on SNL. Yeah, I like things that are great. He did a good Tony Bennett.
The music,
But to have that kind of voice at 90,
the music.
you got people that can't even breathe when they're 90. Oh, I guess he died from Alzheimer's. I didn't see that. So he didn't know what his net worth was, Poundcake. You would have had to have told him.
Wow.
about that? Holy Christ, that's only 6 years ago. This guy's belting them out, and he was by all, if you ever saw him on anything, I never had him on this program, but if you ever saw him on the show, he was like, unfailingly polite, very humble about it. And he said he didn't smoke or anything like that, didn't want his voice getting messed about. But he said the older he got, his voice did change, though. He ended up getting a few, he got a few extra octaves on the low end of his voice as he got older. But anyway. Tony Bennett, which, yes, for a lot of people, that was your grandmother's music. But he's one of those guys who've been around for so long that you forgot he was still doing stuff.
Did he make the type of music that people would jitterbug to?
No. He made like crooner. Did you not hear it? It was like croonery music.
Okay, but I don't know.
Jitterbug was like that fast, like 20s and 30s music, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't Tony Bennett just like a crooner? Like he really
He was
only
like an
did-
old-time torch singer, yes. Like jazz. Back in the day, that was like the pop music of the time. But, he was a guy who, if you threw him in a jazz band or even an R&B band, like this guy could sing his ass off. So he died. He would have been 97 next week. So his big break, because he was had worked a couple of square jobs as a young man, and then he saw Bob Hope perform, and he's like, I got to get into showbiz. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, a chance to grab some from the Buzzard Bookie. You got 13 chances a day. This week, your last spate of opportunities to do just that, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you want to leave us messages, you can. The After Hours line will always take your voicemails. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys. Great show. I've been listening to more comedians since Bill and Mary are comedians and they're on the show. And I didn't really know anything about stand-up comedy, and they've kind of, opened my world. And I just, watched random, Leno, Spade, Norm Macdonald, whatever, YouTube. But how do you guys, just as just to know as a regular civilian, do you guys watch that stuff to make sure you don't repeat somebody's joke? Or how are there so many jokes out there? It's just amazing.
How are there so many jokes? Well, you couldn't possibly spend all your time watching other people stand up, hoping that you don't run into some,
So we talk about this, and there's kind of like a policing yourself, and Mary will be, this is an example. I'm not saying Mary is the only one that does this because I'll do this to her, but just last week, she's like, have you heard this? And she'll tell me her premise, and I'll say, of course I have. You're a terrible hack. No, she'll tell me something that she's thinking. I'll go, no. And I think the angle you take on it, because there's only so many things you can talk about and ways you can do stand-up comedy. There's always going to be people that reinvent it and do their own thing. But I think you just try to have as an original thought as you can. And if it's a premise that people do talk about, you try to have your own original spin on that premise.
Like Chris Rock said, no matter what you've thought of, Carlin already did it.
Now, however, Matt Rife did invent crowd work.
Well, he invented doing crowd work while being super hot, right? Is that my understanding of that guy? Matt Rife?
All right, touche.
I'm not. I don't care what Matt Rife does. I have been getting my Facebook is blown. Okay, so it's
Are you in a bad mood?
Why?
I'm asking you, are you in a bad mood?
Do I seem like I'm in a bad mood?
Yeah.
Why? I haven't even said anything most of the show. Is that why?
I'm amazing at picking things out from people.
I'm not in a great mood. I'm not having a very good day, but I wasn't going to do anything. And then Stupid Bill brought up what I posted about this
Oh,
weekend.
you did?
He saw me ranting about it this weekend.
But this guy just brought up comedy.
He was
Bill
baiting
led me
you.
into that. Yes, he knew I was going to get aggravated.
I thought because we had talked about Matt Rife before.
Well, no,
Oh,
because
I see.
not only is my Facebook rife,
but this is
with Indian
I got
men.
that one. Yeah.
It's also all of my comments on my crowdwork videos are thirsty women telling me that I'll never be Matt Rife and I should quit comedy because they found out about comedy 2 months ago and think that anyone who tries to do
How did they
crowd work-
find you?
Well, it'll
It's just
show up.
algorithms.
Yeah, it'll just show up on their page, like
All
as
you
they're
get is
scrolling.
hashtag comedy.
Yeah.
If they're on like a page that has people doing crowd work, Mary will pop up at
Well,
some
and that's
point.
the thing is if they interact with a lot of Matt Rife's posts, which are all crowd work, the algorithm is going to show them my posts, which are also crowd work. So it's been like
You didn't
over this-
hashtag Matt Rife.
No, I
Gotcha.
tagged him in my videos though.
Well, that'll do it too, right?
Well, because just in this video of me complaining about his fans, because they're all like, "Give it up! You're never gonna be Matt. You're terrible."
Oh, you
You're-"
posted this after these
This
women.
has been going on for like a month.
Gotcha.
It's just been people
Because your
in my
YouTube
comments.
or your Instagram is also blowing up too. So
My
that's part of it.
Facebook is
Or your
blowing
Facebook,
up,
Your Facebook
yeah.
is blowing up. What are you close to 200,000?
No, I think I'm at like 130. I was at 118 last week.
I thought you were
though.
like 100.
That's still pretty good.
That's
That's a
incredible.
lot.
I got 12,000
very
one
good.
week.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of women just being like, "You'll never be Matt Rife. You need to stop standing like he stands. He stands against the wall. Oh my God, are you wearing a shirt? Matt wears a shirt sometimes. It's ridiculous."
All right, I'm gonna be with him. Don't wear a shirt on stage.
Yeah, it might help.
And then it was like, "Oh,
honestly.
you're trying to be Bert Kreischer."
Right? No,
Bertha Kreischer over here.
Yeah.
But you could also, I mean, you could send them if you took the time and knew how, and could do it.
Each one
You could-
individually.
No. You could send any one of those people a dozen videos of comedians doing the same thing over
yeah.
the course of the last 40 years.
Well, and that's why I made the video. I was like, let's all get on the same page that this guy did not invent crowd work, okay? He's not the first guy to do it. He, like you said, Alan, he's the hottest guy to do it, for sure. But
He's not even the hottest guy to do it. The guy
Ian
that we
Bag's
had,
way hotter.
the guy,
I agree.
Bag.
who'd you say was hotter?
Ian Bag.
Ian Bag.
No, but all I'm
He's only
saying
been on the
is
show 9 times.
I hadn't even heard of Matt Rife. You guys got me hip to him, but basically said he's super good looking, and that's why he's getting so much attention.
But the guy that we had in here a couple weeks ago, what was his last name? Burgum or
Go ahead. Who?
he was a comedian that we just had in here. He was like super tall. He said he was like Jewish in the South. I don't remember what his name was.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about Matt
Broussard. Yeah, Broussard.
Matt Broussard. Yeah, he's a good looking guy.
He's, yes.
Yeah, he's not that. He does crowd
Super
work.
tall.
He's like 5'9".
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why Bill brought that up. So I would be mad about it. But yeah, that's just people think that everybody's copying off somebody else, and it's just not the way that it is.
Especially somebody that started after you.
Well, it doesn't
Yeah, I
matter.
know.
It's just ridiculous.
But anyway, the point is, no matter how well you write your jokes and how original you think you are, there's still going to be people that are like, "You suck, we hate you." So that's my answer to that guy's
right
phone call.
Right. Mary, did you tell them that you're huge in India and Pakistan by any
should've.
chance?
I
Yeah, of
didn't.
course.
Those guys don't know who Matt Rife is. They know who Mary is.
That's right.
I'll be the new princess.
They send her love songs on her social media.
Hey, Tantrums, Lick salon. All in our dista, I know they breaking the wall.
That's that new Roger Waters collab that people are
very good.
really excited about.
You want to
taking
be
a new tack.
hip to some comedians you might not know about. Kyle Kinane was in town this weekend.
Oh, he's
Phenomenal. And Curtis Cook, who has been on the show before. Kyle's been on the show too, but Curtis was in town, and I got to see him do a set. And man, that guy makes me laugh. And
Very
he
funny.
is so clever and so very, very smart. He knows he's a very smart guy too.
Well, that always helps.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people when you talk about there's a finite number of premises and ways to go about it. I mean, there are a handful of people who are coming at things from a completely different direction that you'll never see them coming. So it's really not so much like the subject as to, like Bill said, what you're doing with it.
Yep.
And for Mary, that's fighting people on Facebook.
I'll do it. I'll do it
It's
every
okay.
day.
Yeah. Someone's aunt
And you're gonna
ranting
win.
at you.
You're going to be the first person to actually win a fight
I'll
on
win
Facebook.
the internet every day. Don't worry about me.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. Go to AlanCoxShow.com. You'll see the pictures flying through the air there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of The Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? If you want to watch live on YouTube, you can. AlanCoxShow.com. Who's helping out? Hibby Duffnut. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate the assistance, as always. Guardians will start up their 3-game homestand against the Kansas City Royals tonight. They've played them a bunch of times this season with varying results. Guardians just trying to get to 500 at this point, but they will start up against Kansas City tonight. 7:10 is the first pitch here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen live if you're in the area. If you listen to us on the app from out of state, tell me where. Some new listeners from Lake Camelot, Illinois. That would be in the Peoria metro area. That's Tiffany out there. Pam and Sharon listening. Grace in Kentucky. Derek is in Houston, Mississippi. Kim listens in Nashville, and Greg's in Indianapolis. I was mentioning we did the giveaway the Buzzard bike on Saturday at Slim and Chubby's in Strongsville, and it occurred to me that I hadn't been there since we did the Alan Cox Show 10th anniversary broadcast there.
Was it our 10th anniversary?
It was our 10th anniversary show at Slim and Chubby's.
It was Christmas time.
Yes.
We were all dressed up and we were giving away presents and stuff.
That's when we officially announced Mary was on the show.
Yes, I was going to say, that was like my first official appearance.
That was your coming out. That was the Mary Santora. It was the Alan Cox Show 10th anniversary broadcast / Mary Santora debutante ball.
Yes.
Why she was so dressed up.
It
was her cotillion.
Red stockings that day.
Ooh. Yeah, I hadn't been down there since then, but a lot of fun. There were a lot of people in line who didn't know what the line was for. They just got in it, which I thought was funny.
That's so funny.
Well, it's an interesting part of human nature,
Yeah.
you know? Some people are like,
there's a line.
yeah. I said, why'd you get in line? Because what we did was all these people, we had qualified 100 people over the past 6 weeks. You know, we were giving away those keys, and one of them was going to fire up this brand new Harley that Budweiser and MMS got, right? Sweet-ass bike. And so we gave away 100 keys. You had to win them over the course of 6 weeks. Out of those 100 qualifiers, 82 people showed up. And so in order to make sure that we had people checked in, it was a well-oiled machine with the WMMS promotions team there.
Well, it's the top of the top.
So we had people lined up. They get to the table. We check them off the list, write their name on an index card that goes into a drum, and then one by one, I would pull the names out. But I talked to a handful of people who were in line and didn't know what the line was for. I said, and then I explained it to them. They go, oh, and they got out. I go, why did you get in line? They said, I saw a line. I thought maybe it was we didn't know. Yeah. Because, I mean, is there a downside to getting into a line? I'm like, if at the end of it you see like a chimney with smoke coming out, I mean, that's not a good sign. But, is there a downside to getting into a line like that on the patio of a bar on a Saturday evening? Probably not.
Depends on if you have something else to do. If you're not in a hurry, stand in a line.
Well,
Figure out where
clearly,
it goes.
anybody who's got time to stand in a line is fundamentally not in a hurry. They hey, how long's this line going to take? I got reservations in 15 minutes. Nobody's doing that. So they've got time. And it was leisurely.
Right.
We're on the patio. We're having some
Hanging
pops, some Budweiser, whatever. And so we're having some fun. But what we didn't want was, with those 82 people, what we didn't want was for like the second or third key to win. And that's not what happened at all. It was the second to last guy who won. We went through 81 keys, whatever it was. And so it's down to 2 dudes. This kid, Tony from Parma, who ended up winning it. And then some other dude named Steve, I think. And so it was a lot of fun. But, again, I was talking to listeners and people coming up, and we're having conversations and taking pictures or whatever. And I meet this guy named Scott. And he goes, oh, man, the show really got me through like some rough times. He's like, I had been in prison for a year and a half about 10 years ago. And listening to the show got him through a lot. And I said, well, what were you in for? And I just liked his line. He goes, well, I crashed a car, but I also had a bunch of bench warrants. And he goes, so I was already a menace? Which I love. If you ever get the opportunity to refer to yourself as a menace, it's an underused word.
It can be
especially
Poundcake's album cover.
What?
It could be an album that Poundcake releases.
Menus to society. This guy goes, I was already a menus to society, so. But I was already a menace. That's a guy who's, you know, some people go, oh, I got railroaded and blah, blah. Nope. I was already a menace.
He owns it.
Of course. You've got to. And when you have the good vibrations that, of course, only this show can provide, when you've got those kinds of tailwinds at your back, you know, nothing can stop you. Hey, there's this woman who's very proud of herself. She's proud of herself for losing weight, and she's proud of herself for what she did with the excess weight. It's a British woman. You might have seen her on social media. You know, the problem with a lot of people who get like gastric bypass surgery or they go through some rapid weight loss situation, the trouble that they find themselves in is they lose the weight so quickly that they end up with excess skin. And for a lot of those people, they will say that that's almost worse than before because you need a separate procedure. They don't just throw that in when you get the gastric bypass. Hey, come on back and we'll take that skin off. That's a whole other thing that's very extensive, very expensive, and a lot of people don't do it. So you might see people online who are like, you know, the people who lose weight and then do the like reality versus the illusion, what, you know, where they suck in their gut or whatever. Well, this woman had her skin removed. She had the means or whatever. Of course, it was England. Maybe it was part of it. Maybe she got it for free. I don't know. But she took all that excess skin and made human leather out of it.
Ugh. No.
I can make shoes out of my own skin?
Come on, man.
She turned her excess skin into art. Do you want to see the pictures?
No.
Yeah.
Come on, right there on the live stream. I'll show them to you.
Let's see it.
There are the pictures of her belly skin and...
It's like those nutsack backpacks.
Kind of, yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Katie Taylor was an artist, and she took all the excess skin after her extensive weight loss. She had the operation, and she had 4 pounds of excess skin. And then doctors removed it and took it to her house, where she turned it into other things.
I did ask to keep my skin. Well, so I have tanned it into leather, human vegan leather.
Well, it's not vegan.
Somebody needs to tell her that there is no such thing as human vegan leather. I don't know what she means by that.
Maybe because you had permission to remove it from the thing that
well, no,
you made
vegan means no animal products.
Right.
It's not consent. We're animals. You can't have human vegan leather. So maybe that's just a selling point for her. What's that?
the vegan.
She's the vegan.
She's the vegan. So.
I see. She's a human vegan. Yes. Oh, I see.
That's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
I tell you what,
human vegan leather.
I don't know. I'm one of those people where the faux leather or the faux fur doesn't look as good as the real thing. There's nothing better than like a
But isn't that just the power of suggestion?
Yeah.
You said I want
He
the
does,
pain.
though.
You want
He
the pain, you
does.
want the suffering. We know.
But
He
like,
likes it when people are hurt.
like
But
a
is that it?
chinchilla
Or things.
or something? Like
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
yes, you would.
I guarantee if we
It's power
brought in-
suggestion. If we...
Yeah. It's just like diamonds. The fake diamonds, the
Lab grown.
the lab grown
or
ones
whatever.
are actually clearer and better looking than the ones that you get from the ground. But people are like, but I want the ones from the ground.
Is that true? They're
I want
clearer.
I want the blood diamonds.
Well, Brian and I were talking about that with engagement rings, where I told him, I was like, don't tell me. If you're going to get something fake, I don't care what it is. I don't care how much it costs. As long as it looks good, do whatever you want. Because he's like, I won't spend all that money on diamond. You know, Brian, Mr. One Ply Toilet Paper. He's like, say, I could get you something real nice for $500. I was like, okay, Brian.
Oh, so he
whatever
won't
you
even...
think.
So he's frugal even at the expense of buying you a ring.
Well,
Even at the
I think
expense
he
of
says that because
romance.
he wants it to be a surprise. I'm guessing.
maybe. I don't know. He's frugal at the expense of everything. Everything. We were at a baseball game yesterday.
Well, then you should. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like he's misleading you for the purposes of surprise. Sounds like you take him at his word.
No, exactly. I know
Yeah.
who this person is.
Right, yeah, of course.
I've been with him a long time. I know who he is.
Yeah.
But I told him the same thing where I was like, you see these lab-grown diamonds, and it's like you literally, to the regular person, you can't tell the difference. You don't know what's what. I'm like, do whatever you want, man. I don't need a blood diamond. I'm not Cody. I don't need someone to die for my items. Mr. Chinchilla feels better if it's real.
Why do you
doesn't look the same?
Now, why do you
don't
think that?
even know.
What looks different?
Just the way it's put together, the way it sits on the actual fabric, it doesn't look the same, nor does it feel the same.
Okay.
How many chinchilla coats have you felt? Real or fake?
A bunch when I was in the store and they told me to get out because I was touching all the coats.
What store?
There was a store.
Burlington Coat Factory.
No, it was. I don't even remember the name of it because
Chinchillas are us.
it's always empty. But like I think it's in either Great Northern Mall or Strongsville Mall. And there's like a store right off by one of the entrances, and the light is like never on, but the door was open, and I walked in, and they have a bunch of fur coats, and I just started walking in there, looking and touching, and they were like,
They probably thought you were on drugs. You're not talking to anybody. You're just rubbing up on stuff. You're
I
like,
was browsing.
This guy's on Molly right
People
now.
can't even browse anymore with these expensive ass coats. But
Like Wilson's Leather, one of those old mall stores that's left.
It was in a mall, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what mall it is, but like it's not like
Gadzooks.
It's not like a big store, but they have a bunch of fur coats, and I think they probably got tired of people just walking in there and looking because these are thousands of dollars, so they're probably used to people like not buying anything.
My mom loved fur coats.
They
My
just
dad
look so
got her a number of fur coats when I was a kid. When it was, 70s and 80s, it wasn't that big of a deal. At least not part of the public conversation. As an adult now, I think back, I go, oh my God, my mom was wearing like rabbits and chinchillas and stuff.
Cruella
And,
de Vil.
oh man, God
Only
bless
way-
her.
Where do you
It
buy a
says-
fur coat?
Right, and it says the only way you can tell is if you like part it and see how it's attached to the fabric, whether it's attached to fabric or it's
Or
attached
if it looks like
to
a pelt.
or if it's attached to like like it's leather backing.
Okay.
Yeah, like a pelt. It
This
looks like
can't
it,
be
yeah.
real because this from the Fur Caravan has a $78,000 Lynx jacket.
Oh,
Yeah, that could be
they're-
real.
For
Of course,
real?
yeah.
They're I thought they were like $2,000 or $3,000.
No, real fur is really
$78,000?
expensive. Yes, because not only are you kind of taking your life in your hands procuring that stuff, but even putting it on the retail market. You have somebody throw a chair through your window now, and so yeah,
That's
they
worth
have to.
an annual salary or 3 of my annual salaries.
I can't be a hypocrite though.
like the way it's so stupid because all this like if it's fake fur, it will smell like melted plastic. If it's real fur, it'll smell like burnt hair.
Melted
I don't want
rabbit.
it to be on fire. Like if I'm not on fire, then no one's gonna know.
You got to do the match test on your coat.
Right? Like, are you gonna buy a fur coat and then you catch on fire and people are like, "Oh, don't save them. That's a fake fur coat."
Can you
Smells like plastic.
Can you not support wearing fur and eat meat at the same time?
People have proven themselves very, very flexible in their principles.
Right. And
I would say yes.
And I'm not saying I won't wear fur because it's cruel. I'm saying it because it doesn't seem worth it.
Oh, Bloomingdale's. Okay, here we go.
Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Speaking of real fur.
Yeah, the carpets match the drapes.
Yeah.
Hey, you were just talking about how people randomly get into a line. Back in the 80s when I saw a line, I got into it too. You know what I mean?
Yes, he did. If you want to get down.
See you on the Fandango.
Yeah.
You're talking about that woman in England who like took her skin. Could you imagine? Like, I could do this. Like, yeah, I lost all this weight and got all this skin, and I've got a buckskin shirt of my own skin I wear as a tank top or something. Wouldn't that just be like?
Yeah, it looked like, it didn't look like she turned it into a lampshade or something. It looked like she just had excess, like, in the front, the belly there, and it looked like maybe she was going to turn it into a doormat or a bum bag or whatever they call them over there.
Just very, very Buffalo Bill kind of crap, right?
Right,
I don't know.
yeah. I don't know, but I don't know. Thank you, Woody. Woody. Alan, false about fake leather versus the real thing. You can absolutely tell the difference. Put them next to each other.
We're talking about fake leather. We're talking about fur.
Right. Well,
And also-
we mentioned leather.
But
in
if
there,
you
too.
have to get that close to tell, then who cares? Like if you have to get right up to somebody and be like,
a magnifying
I got
glass.
real close and it looks fake. Gotcha.
No, if you get that close, you can tell that the grain is completely different in a real piece of leather than in.
But,
I don't
okay,
know about
but there
that.
are bad knockoffs. Like
Absolutely,
a
but
buddy
there's
of
also
mine-
really good
Yeah.
knockoffs.
A buddy of mine. Now this is secondhand information to me. Apparently a buddy of mine proposed to his girlfriend with like a $300, like not even lab created diamond, like a
piece
like
of glass?
gem. Yeah, like that. And he was telling everybody, can't tell the difference. Look how big it is for $300. Blah 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 blah. And everyone's like, bro, this looks like it came out of a gumball machine.
Yeah.
like this,
And it shatters.
It's absolutely
You drop it
horrible.
and it shatters into
Yeah.
50 pieces.
So there's varying degrees of it, but
The point is that there is a much wider retail market now for the fake stuff, like good-looking fake stuff. Back in the day, you either had a real diamond or you had
Glass.
CZ, and the big, claim to fame for cubic zirconium is you couldn't tell the difference. But I mean, people who knew what was up could tell.
Right, but if you
But
have
then
to
you have
get
people
out
that don't
a-
care.
What do they call it? A lute?
The jeweler's loop?
Yeah, the loop.
The eye
Yeah,
thing?
loop.
little eyeglass.
Yeah. Then who cares? Like no one's looking at it that way. Everyone's gonna look at it and go, oh, "That was so pretty. I'm so jealous."
How sparkly is
You guys
it?
are gonna be married for 7 years.
Well, and all people want to hear is the price tag anyway. So even if you got this person a fake diamond, tell people it's a real one. Now, as long as you don't tell a jeweler that, because if you tell them you paid 5 figures for it, they'll look at it and they go, "Oh, you got ripped off. This is fake."
But even if
you can't lie
even
to
if
a
it's real,
jeweler.
you still got ripped off. That's their whole industry.
Yeah. Should
So-
go mine our own diamonds.
If you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, there's a handy little talkback button there for you to do just that.
Alan, you guys probably don't remember, but I'm sure you can find the clip. You talked probably almost a year ago, maybe even more, about old steakhouses where you sit on whiskey barrels and you eat steak with your hands. Is that what Tito is doing with his unique steakhouse? I am excited. I want to eat a T-bone steak with my hands.
I remember that
I
conversation.
remember that. I mean, you can eat a T-bone with your hands no matter where you go. You might get a couple of eyebrows raised, but there's nothing saying that if you order a T-bone steak, pick it up with your mitts. Eat it like that. We were talking about a steakhouse where you sit on whiskey barrels?
Something like that, yeah. It was just like a dark basement type steak house that we wanted to create, where you just go in and you just eat.
Oh, this is
steak
one
like
of
a
our $1 million
feral.
ideas.
Yeah, like,
I see.
You're like a feral animal.
Well, because we were talking last week about how Tito's ever-growing restaurant group, they got Geraci's Slice Shop in the back part of our building here, and they're going to take over that Parallax spot from Zach Brule there in Tremont and turn it into a steakhouse called, Mary? Steak. Now, whether or not you'll be, I don't know what level of class they're trying to establish over there. I don't know if you'd be looked down upon if you sat there and ate your steak with your hands. I don't know. You're paying for it. What do they care?
Bro, my sister still eats with her hands when we go out. I had
But what is
to-
she eating?
Salad.
A sandwich? She doesn't eat salad with her hands.
I swear on my life.
Why
that
does
her
she
and
do
I
that?
Have had this conversation probably, I'd say over 10 times, where she's finally, when she goes out with me, she won't eat with her hands, but she will take a piece of lettuce and a cucumber, dip it into her dressing, and put it into her face with her fingers.
Well, okay. I thought you meant she's
we got
grabbing
the
like
steakhouse for her.
I thought you meant she was grabbing like a fistful of lettuce and
Just
putting it
shoving it in.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
she'll like take it a piece of lettuce at a time or like roll it up into like little joints, little lettuce joints and like dip them and then eat it. But I'm like, dude, we're at a nice dinner. Can you please use your utensils?
Well,
please don't eat with your hands.
I mean, taking a slice of cucumber and dipping it. It's not, yeah, it's weird.
But she'll eat the whole salad that way.
Oh, she will?
Yes.
So she doesn't want to cover her salad in the dressing. She wants to
Eat it with her hands.
She wants to dip it.
Yeah.
You put your hand upon my hip. Okay, well, yeah, and she'll do the whole salad that way. She'll take the shredded carrot, dip it.
Or roll the carrot and the cucumber up in a little.
I gotta tell you, I can't say
lettuce.
much because that sounds like something I would do.
It does, because you
I
don't
wouldn't.
think I can't eat a whole salad. That's too much.
Oh, no,
that's too much fiber.
No. I go the opposite direction. I can't eat all the salad anybody gives me. I'll eat a mixing bowl full of salad, but I can only have, as you know, a quarter of a bagel at a time. Yeah. Because
I need more than that.
yeah. So I don't know if there's a place that you can eat. If Tito Francona is going to have the steak joint with steak you can eat with your hands. Again, I don't think there's any rules anywhere that says you can't eat your food with your hands.
There's no rule.
Right.
But just like, I mean, and the
common
truly,
courtity
though,
might dictate that you don't do that.
Well,
but
because, yeah, if someone's across from you having a $500 dinner, they probably don't want to see you manhandling a T-bone. They're like, I would appreciate if this person wasn't being.
I guess, but people are animals. Right. That's the thing. You know? There's dudes at Morton's in Browns jerseys. So all bets are off.
There was a guy when Brian and I went to our anniversary dinner at Marble Room. There was a guy in athletic shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, what is happening?
We went to the first restaurant that we went to when we got to Vegas. Our flight had been delayed. I had made reservations for us in this restaurant in the hotel, this really swanky restaurant called The Library, and it was awesome. It's kind of like what Bartleby is trying to do in Ohio City, but it's this awesome place. So anyway, but they have a dress code, and my buddy told me, he goes, hey, X, Y, and Z. He goes, if you're going to go to these places, just FYI, they have a dress code, so you got to wear a thing, blah, blah, blah. And I go, cool. And we get in there, and we're dressed, man, and it's a nice place. But about 5 minutes in, Gwen and I are looking around, and I go, what is this dress code that is allegedly in place for this place? Because there was a dude next to us in sweatpants, and there was a lady walking around in like a tank top. I mean, we look great. It's always better to be overdressed. But I was like, there is no way they're turning people away from this restaurant if they're not in a suit or a dress.
Again,
so
though,
I don't know what they're talking about.
With Vegas, they let high rollers do whatever they want.
These people are not high rollers, guaranteed.
You wouldn't know by looking at them, though, is the thing. Is that some of the people I watch on, like, my slot channels on YouTube, these people who spend, no exaggeration, $1 million a year at casinos, you wouldn't look twice at them. They'll be in, just a girl in, like, an athletic dress or a dude in shorts and a tank top just at Vegas.
I guess. I mean, my friend is one of those guys. So he told me. He's the one who told me. He goes, hey, because he asked where we were. Some nights we had dinner with them. Some nights it was just Gwen and I, and he asked where we were going. And I told him, he goes, okay, the first, 1 in 3 dress codes, middle one, don't sweat it.
I guess.
Maybe you're right. The woman next to me barely knew which fork to use. So if she's a high roller, I don't know. But I was like, what the hell's going on around here?
High roller just means they got a lot of money. Doesn't mean they're classy people.
Exactly. If I came into the high, okay, let's play that scenario out. Mayor wins the Mega Millions, okay? And I take, say I win, whatever, $500 million. I'm taking at least $20 million of that and going to Vegas. So I will become a high roller, and I will be showing up in my leggings that have holes and a T-shirt. My T-shirt that I have on right now with the wet bandits on it and dirty hair. I mean, it's not going to change me.
I call bull shrimp. If you hit, you would dress the part.
No.
Really?
I
don't think you're paying attention to Mary. She would sometimes.
I think
I would dress up every now and then, but if I'm going to gamble for 8 hours, I'm going to be comfortable.
No, I'm talking about we weren't in the casino. We were in a really nice restaurant.
But that's what I'm saying is that these people probably were gambling all day and then just needed to go get food. So they get like points there or a discount or something like that.
I think you might be right.
I look like a train wreck when I'm at the casino. I'm in sweatpants. My hair's on top of my head because it's like, listen.
But only when she's at the casino.
Because you're working. You're settling in to do work. I got it. You're like, I'm at work.
Leave me be. This is important business.
Oh, boy.
So
I'm at the only job where you lose money.
Yes.
Right.
Well, not the only job.
Yeah. I'm also a comedian, so I have 2 jobs. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. I will have those Buzzard Fest tickets for you after this break, so listen up.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
sports, music, film, interviews, politics, pop culture, The Real Housewives, Vanderpump Rules, all reality TV, and everything else in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, for the first time in over 20 years, we are putting on Buzzard Fest at Victory Sports Park in North Ridgeville. It is 1 week from this Friday. It's August 4th. It's coming up fast. Bush and Live Filter, Welshly Arms, the Kaleidoscope Kid, Winona Fighter, Incubus, your headliner for the event. Tickets, info, everything else. You can get 4 of them for $220, 5 of them for something like that. BuzzardFest.com if you got a bunch of pals going. Get the details on that. I'll give you a pair here for nothing. You want to join us on the 4th? It's going to be a phenomenal day with us and you. So call 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I was reading about Disturbed had to cancel their show at the very last minute in Phoenix. I think on Thursday night or Friday night. It pissed a lot of people off, but the heat was so bad it was making their equipment malfunction.
Oh.
So they're like, we can't put this show on. They were supposed to do a show. I guess it was a Saturday night. Disturbed is on their first tour in a while. They're going to do Blossom next month. And they canceled the show like day of or right before or something. The 115-degree heat was making their equipment malfunction. This is an outdoor amphitheater, so they weren't inside. And obviously people blew them up because they were all upset, but they're like, we really bummed out, really, really sorry. We'll come back at a later date and try to do this. But this is going to happen more and more, too, in places like Phoenix or, you do an outdoor, or you'll have bands that are like, we can't do this in an outdoor venue. So anyway, they had to cancel Saturday in Phoenix. Ironically, last night in Albuquerque, everything went according to plan. The temperatures last week in Phoenix, we were talking about it. They had 19 days of temperatures above 90 degrees or something. It was 118 degrees on Saturday when Disturbed was supposed to play. We were out on Friday, but Thursday when we were talking about the Jason Aldean show out at Blossom, because it was that night. I wasn't aware that show was that night, but a lot of people were talking about it. That show ended up getting canceled because of that massive storm that blew through on Thursday night. Mm-hmm. Like I was driving home and it was like a monsoon and wind and the whole thing. Fried my fridge, by the way. Our fridge, our freezer, I had to buy a new motherboard for it. I got to put that in.
90 was flooded by Hilliard, like a foot of water flooded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Messed up 2 comedians' cars that were on the way to a show that I was putting on, and then they got stuck in that flood water.
Is that comedians in cars taking on water?
Yes.
Yeah,
they should have been prepared.
Yeah. We have neighbors whose basements flooded. Ours didn't because we're on a little bit of a grade, but it fried our fridge, and we didn't realize it until Friday, I guess. I go, hey, I think we have like our fridge is a side-by-side, so one side is the freezer and the other side is the fridge. I go, hey, I think the freezer's busted because things were getting soft. And usually, if you have a side-by-side, they have different power sources, but it became very clear that the fridge was going the same way, too, so I got to put a new board in it, and hopefully that'll work. If not, it's brand new fridge time, which is always exciting. But the one we've got came with the house, and it's probably about, I was doing some, I was digging into its make and model, and it looks like it's from 1994. So it had a good run. If this one craps out, had a good run. But the Jason Aldean show ended up being canceled. And I got a letter from somebody who was working. I had the unfortunate pleasure, Alan, of working the Jason Aldean concert which was later canceled because of the severe weather, and it really couldn't happen to a more deserving group of people, is what this woman wrote. We had people with Confederate flag hats and T-shirts and bandanas, people wearing handmade shirts that said FCMT and so on. A lot of people feeling very, very comfortable wearing their Confederate flags. And a lot of girls just doing the slutty cowgirl thing. So,
all right, so there's some good and some bad.
There
all right,
there you go. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Every group's not a monolith. There's some racists, but there's some hot sluts too. We love hot sluts.
Well, she calls them slutty cowgirls. I have no idea. I can't throw the slut tag at them, but nobody's going to complain if that Daisy Dukes
the uniform.
Huh?
I mean, is it there? It's the same thing with if you're wearing a Confederate flag, I'm going to assume you're a racist, and if you're dressed in a slutty cowgirl, I'm not going to assume that you're not a slut. That'd be weird.
All I'm saying is I'm never going to argue about somebody doing the T-shirt, Daisy Dukes, boots, hat combo.
Great combo.
That's a great combo.
Good combo.
Not everybody can pull it off, but I love that you're trying. So this person who was working at Blossom before the thing got canceled, I'll keep them anonymous, so as not to have any professional blowback on them.
That night, Mary was at Hilarities doing a guest set, and she got to perform for the goddamn Bare Naked Ladies. They were in the audience.
They were there. I know.
Did you meet them?
No, they didn't.
Wait,
come
when
with
was
us.
this?
So Kyle Kinane was in town this past weekend at Hilarities, and Thursday night
they had a night off.
And apparently Kyle Kinane and their drummer, or their guitarist,
The guy Bill talked to.
no, some guy who's bald named Ed.
That's the one.
Oh, is that the guy?
That's the front man. Ed Robertson is the front man.
Yeah, but he's not bald.
Well, Kyle
the
said it was a bald guy.
The bald
Maybe it's
guy
not
is
Ed.
the drummer.
So then
and
the
that's
bald
Tyler,
drummer.
Tyler Stewart.
Tyler, that was the guy Bill talked to.
So the
Bare
bald,
Naked Head.
Yes, Bare Naked Head. That guy and Kyle Kinane, I guess, are friends from forever ago. And he reached out to Kyle and was like, hey, we're in town early. We're playing a gig tomorrow. We're going to come to your show tonight. So, yeah, the Bare Naked Ladies, or I don't know if it was the full band or just him, but they were in the audience on Thursday. They didn't stick around or say hi or come back to the green room or anything like that. But Kyle told us about it. He was like, yeah, I guess the band is here. So if you have any Bare Naked Lady jokes, go ahead and do them.
That would have been cool for me. But that was a great show on Friday night. Bare Naked Ladies at Blossom went off without incident, and I didn't see any Confederate flags.
It was Bare Naked Ladies. It was, I forget who
Five
said
for
it
Fighting and Del
Amitri. And it was all good? You were there for the whole thing?
Yeah, I stayed for the whole thing. Got there right at the beginning of Del Amitri's set. They started right on time.
Yeah.
It was a very efficient concert as well, which I loved that. Del Amitri, I didn't understand those guys. I didn't know they'd been around for so long.
Del Amitri?
They've been
a
a
long
band
time.
since like 1983.
Yeah, because they're from Scotland.
Yeah.
So they only had a couple of hits here, but I think they're still a big deal over there.
I love that Roll to Me. That's
It's a
like
great
one
song,
of
yeah.
my favorite songs.
And it was funny watching everybody get up for that song.
Yeah,
Like they were
it's a good
like,
one.
they're like, oh, this is the one we know. And then they're all dancing.
Hey, play the one we know.
Yeah. And then Five for Fighting, they have 100 Years to Live and Superman are their big hit songs. And then they have a newer song. But here's the thing. I think I went to a country concert because it sounds like every country concert where you talk about, where they did a song for the troops. And they did a bunch of covers.
Yeah.
Like every band did at least one cover.
Yes.
And like the Bare Naked Ladies do like a whole medley of stuff. Yeah.
That's, should I pull what you guys pull? That's because they're not talented and they can't get off of their own music. They're such little pieces of crap band people. They got to play other people's music in order to make it sound good.
Yeah, that's what they said. That's exactly the speech they gave.
Yeah? That's how they started it?
Yes.
We're going to play a medley of other people's music because we're terrible musicians?
Well, because we only have 2 hits and we got to fill 45 minutes.
Well, that's what you tell me about country artists. That
Yes.
they're not talented, so they have to play other people's
We're
music.
not telling them to do other people's music. That's not on us. Why are we the bad
We didn't
guys?
say they're not talented.
No, we didn't say that
their
at all.
music.
She loves putting words in people's mouths, by the way. You should be a
Put something
songwriter.
else in your mouth.
But no, listen, we never said that. What we said was they love doing other people's songs.
So Five for Fighting did a Give It Up for the Troops song, but it's the most other way give it up for the troops, because then he sang a song that was dedicated to the people of Ukraine, and they went to the Ukraine and filmed all this stuff that was bombed there, and it's referencing their president and stuff like that. So
Get up for the Ukrainian troops.
Yeah, it was it was a liberal country concert. That's what it felt like, because then everybody goes crazy for the theme song from Big Bang Theory. They're like, yes, science. It's very.
Oh yeah, they do that, don't they?
But the song that is from the Five for Fighting did, which that guy can sing. That guy's got a great voice.
It's just him and a backing band, right? Like Five for Fighting is that guy, John whatever. Yeah.
So he sings this song called "Can One Man Save the World?" And the way he was singing it, everybody around us was like, "Is he saying can woman save the world?" We're like, "Well, that's fine," but like that seems like a real hard pander right there. Like that's a real hard pander. But it was
anything you can do, I can do better.
Can One Man Save the World was the song, and then Bare Naked Ladies were fantastic and they're funny, and Tyler Stewart, he came out from behind the drums and he sang Rock of Ages by Def Leppard, and that was awesome. But not Delamitri, the Five for Fighting guy, did Bohemian Rhapsody, and he nailed it. And that's not an easy song to sing.
People love coming out and singing Freddie Mercury. Like when we saw Foo Fighters at House of Blues before they got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Taylor Hawkins comes out and sings Somebody to Love. Does the whole thing. People love belting out Freddie Mercury. I got $1,000 here for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You got a lot of these opportunities to win still, but it's the last week to do it, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So Jason Aldean did get canceled here in Cleveland, and I think they rescheduled it for September, but he did play Cincinnati. That's where he let everybody know that we got to get rid of this cancel culture, man. I want our country to go back to what it used to be before all this cancel culture nonsense. Now, again, didn't make it clear who was being canceled, but got everybody riled up. And Cincinnati's Kentucky. I mean, so it's going to go over big down there.
September 7th through 10th, I'll be there. Go Bananas.
Go where?
Go Bananas.
Oh, you're going to be in Cincinnati. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were mentioning
it's going to be canceled.
Rescheduled date, yeah.
September 7th through 10th.
Right. So Jason
He's going to hang out at Cancel Culture. The new bar.
That's how you get people to show up. Like, they're trying to cancel me. They don't want to hear my crazy jokes because they're too true.
My crazy mix-em-ups. They can't handle the truth. You're the Jack Nicholson.
I call my jokes figure-em-outs.
So everyone's trying to figure out why they came there. Hey-o!
Perry Santora is performing when?
She'll be there, 2 weeks after me?
Yeah.
Oh. Bill's going to warm him up for you is what he's trying to say.
Yes, he is.
All right. So, okay. Well, big old storm blowing through on Thursday. And
do you have audio of him talking about cancel culture, or someone texted that in?
No. It was an article. The Cincinnati CBS affiliate was covering some of it. I feel like everybody's entitled to their opinion. He said, you can think something all you want to. It doesn't mean it's true. I'm proud to be from this country. I want to see it restored to what it once was before all of this bull shrimp cancel culture started happening to us. I think you know who us is. And he told, and then of course he plays the song because you're not going to not play the song. And again, he's not saying anything crazy because he's talking to his audience. So it would have been weirder if he had come out and said something completely unpredictable. That would have been a weird thing to say.
When he came out and he's just like, you know what? That song did come across racist, and that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry. I didn't know that about that courthouse that I was filming in front of. If I would have known that, I never would have done that.
Well, part of the issue that people have, though, is that Jason Aldean doesn't write all of his own music. So if you're just taking a song that someone wrote for you and releasing that, that's a different thing than like if you wrote it. But a lot of these guys don't want people to know that, so he's not out there going, hey, I didn't write it. I got guys that write some of my songs and they just handed it to me. Like, you don't want to do that either. The artists that pride themselves on writing their own music, they take a different tack. They go, I'm responsible for all these songs. But he's not one of those guys. So, I don't know. Whatever. But he doesn't like cancel culture. And nobody is quite sure what he means, but that's what he said to them. And everybody seemed to respond positively, I guess. Luke Bryan was doing his own show and wanted to shout out his buddy Jason Aldean, who he said was being given a hard time.
Oh, man.
Listen, it's hard times for these
I don't know if
guys.
anybody else has ever been given a hard time for what people think about them without really knowing them.
I don't know. It's these parasocial relationships that people have with their famous artists. Don't know. But, you know, he packed the house. And again, he's not saying anything controversial to his audience. He's not going to come out and it's going to be America and whatever. So that's what, you gotta talk to your people. And some people call it pandering. I think you just got to you're talking to your audience. There is a difference between pandering and addressing your audience. Talking to the people who like what you do. That's a different thing. You know, if you're a politician, you're pandering because you don't know who your people are. You're trying to get your people to find you, even though you're just unbelievably unlikable, by and large. You're trying to get broad swaths of people to think you're the guy. If you're an artist, your people find you, no matter what you do. If you're a musician, if you're a comedian, your audience will find you. So you don't really have to do anything other than what you want to do, and your audience will find you.
Right, but
when they do, there you go.
But you can pander to a certain mindset.
No, but that mindset is already, but that
way.
mindset, because your audience has found you, you're already on the same wavelength. So you don't have to pander to those people.
See, this is what I've been saying the whole time. And you guys were like, it's pandering.
No, well, he says that. I don't say that.
I think it's pandering.
I don't think you need to pander to your audience.
That was my whole point. They're already there. Pandering is to get them. You pander to people when you go to a new town. You're like, how about them Steelers?
Yeah, the Browns, man, yeah.
Re-pandering? I don't know.
No, it's not pandering. They're already there. Pandering is something you do to get people to like you. These people already like you. They're already there. They're already fans.
They paid to see him.
It's like when you change your jokes based on the set that you're in front of, or the people that you're in front of. You pander to the audience saying, oh, I love being here in Delaware. You guys, they filmed.
And that is pandering because, with all due respect, nobody loves being in Delaware.
Exactly.
I've got a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192 is the number you're always going to want to use. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
An aquatic event 4 years in the making.
For a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, we're going back out on the lake. The return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, presented by WMMS and Bud Light. Going to hit the Nautica Queen on Saturday, August the 26th. End of next month. You got to win your way on, though. I will have details about a couple of ticket stops we're going to do. You can come out if you strike out here. But we'll have a good time, man. If you haven't joined us before, it's going to be a blast. If you have, well, you know what's up. WMMS.com, hit the contest tab for another way to win your way on. Caller 10 right now. You and a pal get a couple of passes to join us the afternoon of the 26th of next month for the cruise. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Did you read they had to call out the SWAT team at Put-in-Bay?
Oh.
Put-in-Bay cops had to call other law enforcement agencies Saturday night, including a SWAT unit. They just had fights breaking out everywhere. They had about 20,000 people out there at Put-in-Bay. And they had to get the SWAT team out there. Put-in-Bay Police Chief James Kimball called for the Ottawa County SWAT to help regain control of the crowd. God, if anybody's listening, any of our customers were out there or saw this, man, I'd love to see some footage from this. Do you think that you think they had the choppers? You think they had the riot? I mean, these guys bring out riot gear when there's a cat caught in a tree now, so I imagine so, especially the SWAT team comes out. But, I mean, you think that they had the tear gas canisters? What do you think they punk? What do you think they did out there? Everybody running around in their what?
I thought I didn't have my sound off.
Anybody running around in their swim trunks, rubbing their eyes, trying to get away from. They also called out the sheriff's departments in Erie and Sandusky County, and got cops from Port Clinton to show up.
Because of what?
Multiple fights in a crowd of nearly 20,000 people.
Asparagus is in retrograde, so people are acting crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
Asparagus is in retrograde. About 30 SWAT members from the 3 counties responded to Put-in-Bay. You know, we gave away Jet Express ferry tickets last week here on the show. And I can't help but think that maybe...
we helped out? We contributed some way?
I mean, I'm just saying...
You fairy.
That we had something to do with that. What could have happened. Now, again, I would certainly hope that anybody in our audience would find themselves not in the middle of some kind of Donnybrook, but you never know.
You fairy.
So the Jet Express ferry service told deputies they were worried they were about to lose control of the dock. I've never been out there, so I can't picture any of this in my mind. I don't know what the dock looks like. You guys have been out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You take the Jet Express, from the mainland out to the thing, and then how big's that dock? It's not like a skinny, White Lotus dock, right? Is it like a big dock?
It's not huge. I mean, it's enough for a ferry.
It's like an average dock.
Yeah, it's a dock.
We hadn't even left the Jet Express dock before we were called to a fight. Someone from the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department said it was fight after fight after fight for a while. But obviously it got to the point where they called out the SWAT team. Multiple fights broken up, but only 2 people arrested by deputies. But they did help Put-in-Bay police with several other arrests. It was a mess, said local law enforcement. So what about this weekend was different? I mean, people go out to Put-in-Bay all the time. People go out there to have a good time,
Was
right?
there a concert or something?
I don't think so. That doesn't happen until next month, right? The big Put-in-Bay
Bash
Kid
on the
Rockathon
Bay.
or what? Is that what it is? Yeah. Who's out there this year?
Zach Brown Band, I think.
Is it? Bash
Or
on
Brad
the Bay.
Paisley. He usually couples up with a country artist.
Pitbull and Luke Bryan.
Luke Bryan.
With L. King and the Brothers Osborne.
They're good.
Is it Brian or Bryant?
Bryan. Bryan. That's the guy you were having shots with?
Yeah.
When we were out there?
We go way back.
Yeah, Bill and Luke Bryan go way back to he doesn't know if there's a T on his name. That's why if you talk to Luke
We're
Bryan,
not that kind of friend.
Well, in all fairness,
we don't know each other's names. We just hang out.
In all fairness, Luke Bryan, the very brief conversation I've ever had with him, he said, "Is it Squire or Squirt?" So August 23rd and 24th, the Bash on the Bay. That first night is Pitbull and L. King, and then Luke Bryan and the Brothers Osborne.
I like
Gee,
Brothers
I
Osborne.
wonder which one will sell more tickets.
You guys might like Brothers Osborne. They're a little more like rock country.
Tell you
than...
what, who I gave a shot, Jelly Roll. I listened to one of his songs.
Yeah, he's like rock country too.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Chris Stapleton of the moment.
Yeah, I call him Ralphie Hay.
Is he big and fat like Ralphie May was?
Yeah.
Ralphie Hay is your name
Yeah.
for him? I see what you did. See, I get that too.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Let's see.
So that's who's out there. Gesundheit.
I'm allergic to bad jokes. Thank you.
Oh, well, you're going to be sneezing a
So
lot
why'd you
between
sneeze?
me
Because
and
that was a
Bill.
great joke.
You are going to be sneezing a lot with. Wonder if there'll be any fights that'll break out over Pitbull and L. King.
I wonder if there'll be any fights that break out on the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. It's so many words.
I love it.
I love it.
I'm
just trying to get it.
And I cut that down from what I originally wanted.
What was it
to.
originally going to be?
I forget, but I wanted something so utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
That and then because then everyone in the air would have to say it, and that made me laugh. But I'm like, well, it's not.
I've been getting hit up so much about that.
Oh yeah.
People are just like, how do I get tickets? How do I get tickets?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Can you give me tickets? I'm like, no, I can't give them to you, but you can win them.
We have now again. We haven't done it since 2019, but before that, we had an unbroken string of no one going overboard, and I consider that to be a big win. We weren't sure if it was because they made a big deal about that new boat. They had the Lady Caroline. We are going to be on the Nautica Queen. I think as of now, I don't know if the Lady Caroline is almost. I think I got the impression it might be too big for what we need. I don't know if they have them both running, but we're going to be on the Nautica Queen, which frankly is where I feel most
it's our
comfortable anyway.
That's
that's
our
where
home
we've done it.
At sea.
That's right. So we have had no one go overboard in all the years that we've done the and it wasn't for lack of trying. A couple of times Poundcake was really getting under my skin. And he implored me not to toss his dear beloved mother over.
Well, you'll have another opportunity this year.
She making you get her tickets?
Of course, she'll guilt me into it.
Now, how will, people can only guilt you into something that you allow yourself to be guilted into. Right? People go, oh, I feel guilty. I mean, you allow people to make you feel guilty.
Well, what would I do? Am I going to replace my mother with like all my friends? She would feel a ways.
But is she your plus one?
If I get one, yeah.
I mean, it's our event. You'll get one.
So yeah, I would bring her.
Okay.
And then she'd be like, but wait, I got to bring one of my bitches from work. So I don't know. But yeah.
Well, that must make her coworkers feel good that when she's talking to you, she calls them bitches.
Yeah, bitches from work.
I got you. I mean, I'm going solo, so you can be my plus. Your mom can be my plus one. How do you like that?
She might actually.
How do you like them apples?
She would like that a lot. And it doesn't take a lot to get my mother drunk. You give her one Bud Light. She's like, what is this? This is strong. I'm like, mother, I'm not. It's a beer. It's called Bud Light.
Right. No one's also looking to get your mom drunk, I'm pretty sure. I mean.
But she can't help herself. She's like me when she sees something free and she's in an environment where it's encouraged, she partakes. So she'll have one beer and she'll like, it tastes funny. I'm like, because it's beer. You're not used to drinking beer, Mom.
It tastes fun, but she's had beer before.
She
knows
not a beer
what
drinker.
But she knows what it tastes like, right?
I don't know that she has.
What does she normally drink?
She's a wine drinker.
Okay.
And then Corona, I guess. I think she.
But there's wine on the boat.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But if
there's drinks and
if she wants to be a sport, she should have Bud Light.
The only thing I can find that happened in Put-in-Bay this past weekend was the antique car parade.
Well, that's why didn't you say that?
I'm actively looking for it right now.
Of course, that's what's going to create the riots.
But that's what happened but it was also on Sunday.
Those boomers in their
last night.
classic car cruises, boy, they do not screw around.
So I'm like searching the internet trying to find out what was going on this past week, and
wow,
that's the only thing that has come up. So
SWAT teams at Put-in-Bay.
Might be.
A mass of people who were becoming unruly. Love the word unruly. A great word. Hey, you over there, stop being... Are you guys getting unruly? I'm going to need you to dial it back to ruly, okay?
Where you're unruly just means you're not following the rules.
Probably, sure.
Unruly.
Good enough.
Oh, annual Pirate Fest weekend. That's what it is. That's a big deal out there. Everyone dresses up like pirates, and it's a bunch
Why didn't
of
they
drunk
mention
adults.
that? Why didn't they mention that in any? Is it because
they probably don't want bad
Pirates already
name
got so
on
much
it.
bad press? Yeah.
It's a big draw for the island. So if they say, hey, they want you to come to Pirate Fest, but then if they say, oh, by the way, there's also going to be
There was
riots.
actually rape and pillaging happening.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's what pirates do.
Man, I gotta get back to Put-in-Bay. I haven't been as an adult.
I've never been.
Oh God, I gotta get back there now that I'm of drinking
Why would
age.
you ever want to minimize what the Pirate Fest is? It's supposed to be like
This is why. It's
technically any other weekend in Put-in-Bay. It's just a bacchanal of people running around and being morons, but
they have little
that's
hooks.
Well,
that's
it says
the fun.
right at the bottom, Put-in-Bay Chamber of Commerce approved event. That's why I guarantee it's not listed anywhere, because this is something that's put on by the island.
So if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, this is put on by the government of Put-in-Bay.
The government.
And-
the emperor of Put-in-Bay
Yes.
puts this on?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce.
Does it have a mayor? Does Put-in-Bay have a mayor?
I don't know. I don't know island law.
It might be one of those places where they have like a dog or like a
A donkey is the mayor?
Something silly like that.
Yeah.
Everything the light touches is my realm.
Margaret Ruth Scarpelli is the mayor of Put-in-Bay. She replaced the former mayor who resigned in the spring. Jessica Dress submitted her resignation letter to the council on March 23rd, citing personal and family health concerns.
It's literally 151 people on that island
That live
year-round.
there, yeah.
I know, but like, how do you even? Do they even have an election? Who shows up to that?
Well, yeah, you just need a person who's like, yeah, okay, I'll do this.
151.
And they probably have like a council of people and...
God, that would be so boring. I'm just like, all right, well, I feel like I'm on like a TV show or something.
But that's what you want, right? If you're living in a place like that, you want it to be boring.
Be remote.
You don't really, I mean, on the one hand, you're trying to get people to come out. So you're like, yeah, okay, let's do a Pirate Fest. Let's have Pitbull show up. But also, like, the rest of the time, you want it to be boring.
Yes, but in the winter, think about that. Like, no one's coming to visit you. Like, you're going to be stuck on that island. No one wants to get on a ferry to visit you.
I imagine that's part of the allure.
Yeah. I think people who are going there to live don't want to be bothered.
No, they do
probably
not.
don't even live there in the summer. They probably rent their house out from April to September.
Oh, you think they're so hardcore that they only live there in the wintertime?
Like,
they
that's
totally
their
like
only
it.
house.
You know how much money you can make if you rent a house out on Put-in-Bay?
Oh, I know. They really love that island life. We winter in Ohio on an island. You might be right. Put-in-Bay residents, let me know. Are you down with the pirates? Alan, last weekend they did Christmas in July. Detroit buses come to the island and it never goes
so that's
well.
both then. It's
Wink,
Christmas
wink.
in
I know what that
July.
means. Wink, wink. Pirate Fest was in June, I'm being told.
Oh, that does say 6/23 to 6/25.
It was Christmas in July, is what
Whoops.
people were saying. Okay, well, there you go.
Did you know that this past weekend was 7/23?
Yes, I did.
Not 623.
623 is my birthday, so I knew that was last month.
What a dummy.
You mean I could have celebrated my birthday at Put-in-Bay Pirate
could've.
Fest?
You could've, and you missed
God.
out.
Didn't.
Damn it. I have an eye patch at home just going to waste.
I'm 30 whole days late, and I apologize for being an idiot who can't read the internet. Sorry.
The Antique Parade happens every Sunday at 1.
Oh, okay.
Well, buses from Detroit, wink, wink. You know what that means. Hey, D.
Yes.
Were you out there for Christmas in July?
No, but I have worked out there for Christmas in July.
In what capacity?
Security.
Okay. And so you've seen it get crazy like this where they call SWAT team out?
Well, they talked about it. Yeah, it got pretty crazy out there a few years ago, and they obviously didn't have it with when COVID and a lot of the events. But
Sure.
yeah. So
Okay.
we'll leave it up to people to guess what the groups from Detroit were doing.
Yeah, but also that implies that people, if there was nobody from Detroit, people would everybody be well behaved. It's Ohio.
it
Let's
would
not
go
kill.
well.
Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. Everybody's still going to get drunk and fight. So this whole Detroit bust people in should be licking their asses. They bust in people from Detroit. That's more tourism money. It's not like it was going to be prim and proper without them. I've never been to Put-in-Bay, but that's all you hear is stories from people going out there that can't handle their high. Grown men and women. Hey, Jenny.
Hey there.
You were out there?
So I wasn't on Put-in-Bay. We were actually out in Kelly's Island, but my boyfriend and his best friend, we were out on their boat this weekend. They went to that last Christmas in July years ago before they cut it off because of the whole busing in people. And it sounds like the last caller kind of covered what I was going to say. I get it. We're all jagoffs and Ohioans, Detroit people. It doesn't matter. We're all going to be dumb, but it was just this whole idea of getting in, like basically cheaply or freely getting here on these buses and funneling it in and adding more jagoffs to the mess. So
I see
they don't
what you
actually
mean.
do a Christmas in July anymore, but people still go out there for that. Even people on Kelly's Island had like their little decorations for Christmas in July, but Kelly's Island is much more fun, and you're not going to be in a 20,000 person place.
Okay, so just so I understand this, is the implication that the buses from Detroit are getting there and then at night they're going back, or those are still people staying there?
I believe they're staying there.
Well, then they're still
don't
kicking
quote me
in
on
money
that.
in the
I'm not
local.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a small price
I'm
to
not
pay.
100% on all those details.
I
but
gotcha.
I do know that was what kind of caused the whole ending of that years ago when they actually advertised it as Christmas in July. I know. I'm like, drunk people are everywhere.
It sounds like it didn't end,
though.
though.
More to them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jenny. It sounds like it didn't end. It sounds like that's what was going on. And oh boy, people having a good old time out there. We got to get out there.
It's a mess.
Hey, Max.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Well, nothing much. Just exactly what the last caller said with the buses coming out. The island doesn't want to celebrate Christmas in July anymore. I went to high school up on that island, and then I worked on the island for 10 plus years after that, but I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah. Well, but all these people are telling me
Yeah,
that it was Christmas in July this past weekend. So they are calling it that, or they aren't calling it that.
The local businesses will not call it that.
I
No one
see.
celebrates it anymore. Like in the years past, they had the Christmas lights, boats came in with their lights and all that. But a lot of the owners said, you know what, we don't want to
I see.
have that craziness happening, so they stop advertising it. But
So they're
it's sadly a little bit too
hoping
late.
if they change the name, they can pull the wool over everybody's eyes from Detroit. They go, no, it's regular July. There's no Christmas happening
it's just
here.
a weekend. It's just a weekend.
It's just another weekend, guys. Stay in Detroit. Right. Okay, thank you, Max. There's Max out in Brook Park. Well, you're almost to Canada there in Put-in-Bay. You think a little bit further, you might be able to enjoy some, I don't know, maybe some international waters before you hit Paley Island.
I love that, though. I love how they're trying to reverse. Like, they created this monster, and they're like, yeah, well, we're going to just not call it. We're just going to forget that this whole thing ever happened.
Well, listen, I get it. I mean,
they're
there's
just going to come.
There's people who do live there, and obviously you want a bunch of, you rely on tourism. Like, I get it. But after a while,
level.
people can't handle themselves. Yeah.
You
You reach like a critical mass. It doesn't matter if they're coming from Detroit or elsewhere. You can get that many people. There's going to be a lot of problems because people are drinking and partying and they just can't handle themselves. And so, you take the rough with the smooth, I guess. But after a while, they're like, all right, we got to pull the plug on this whole thing.
I never understood why they never had like pride at Put-in-Bay, like gay at the Bay.
People would die, Cody.
So,
that's why.
Yeah.
There's some sacrifices that's got to be made.
There would be no pandering going on there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just pissed. People are ruining things before I even get to experience them. Like I always heard
Some
about
sacrifices have to be made. You're not going to be one of them. You ain't sacrificing yourself.
No, that's why I
You're
never
not be a martyr for the cause.
I never do anything the first time. Like I let it go by, let them work out the kinks, whatever problems they have. I won't be there for it. But the second time, I'm like, what do we learn? How many casualties do we have? Okay, so not to do.
Poundcake is he's the opposite of an activist. He's a pacifist, right? He waits for all the other stuff to happen. All right, now get in there. That looks good. Thanks, guys, for giving of your time and potentially your lives.
Problem is, I waited too long for Christmas in July. Now I'm not going to be able to experience it unless I'm on a yacht, unless someone wants to take me on their boat.
Well. You want to take Poundcake on your boat, hit him up. Poundcake at AlanCoxShow.com. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. I will have... You want to go see Baroness? That's a great band, boy. They're coming through on their current tour, and Baroness is going to play in November at the Agora, the Sweet Oblivion Tour. Just played them Saturday night on 2 hours to midnight. And then I'll have another $1,000 for you. Next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight it'll be partly cloudy with a low in the mid
Stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, so return of Baroness. You dig these guys? They got a new album that's coming out mid-September. They're first in a minute. They're on the Sweet Oblivion tour. Friday, November 24th is when it's going to come to Cleveland at the Agora, and bringing a handful of bands with them: Soul Glow, Big Brave, and Cloud Rat. All of them with Baroness. Tickets, info, everything else at agoracleveland.com. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I can learn how to run a computer. I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
I like these guys. We just played them on Saturday night for 2 hours at midnight. Mary likes Clutch. You probably dig Baroness.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. Take My Bones Away. This is like the biggest song I think that they've had so far. Pretty good, though. If you're kind of into the... they're from Savannah, Georgia. Which I think we're going there in the fall. Never been to Savannah, but everybody we know who's gone says you've got to go to Savannah,
I've been there.
Georgia.
It's great.
Yeah.
My brother got married there.
Your brother got married there?
Yes, in the middle of the town, like downtown Savannah, there's a giant, like, I think it's a weeping willow. It's this huge tree with a fountain right in the middle, and they got married underneath
It's a
that
weeping
tree.
William.
A weeping William, yeah. It's, yeah, they got married right by that fountain underneath that tree. You'll see
Man's
it.
tree.
Well, we had really good friends whose daughter went to the College of Art and Design down there, which I guess is a big deal, some years ago. But we've never been down there, so we're
It's
talking
really
about
pretty.
going this fall. You know,
There's a
little getaway.
right off the coast of it is a little island called Tybee Island.
Yeah, I've heard Tybee.
Yeah, it's really nice. Definitely check it out. Really clean beaches. It's not like touristy. It's super chill.
Now, are there multiple SWAT teams that can get out there if you're having some trouble?
I would assume.
Okay.
Although it is the South and things move a little slower down there.
You know, it's just the pace of life down here in Georgia. We
Slow
don't.
like molasses.
That's right. We don't cotton to too many outsiders coming down here and mucking up the works. But we'll look in them.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Well, it doesn't down here in Georgia. I don't know why you ain't going to Tybee Island. Like Mary said, where Mary using all that GoFundMe money to go to Tybee Island, get herself a Verbo.
I'm sure that's what she did.
I bet that's what she did.
Good to stay with me.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we give him your phone number so you guys can just talk.
You want to do that? Nope. We're running I'll have another $1,000 for you here in a few minutes, about 5 or 6 minutes from the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for those keywords. We're running a car commercial where the guy just makes a string of references to Indiana Jones because that movie is out now. All the Indiana Jones movies are on Disney Plus, and we have worked our way through them, watching them with our daughter. It's funny because now they call Raiders of the Lost Ark Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark to kind of keep it on brand.
Mm-hmm.
Because all this, they didn't know what they had when that first movie dropped, and it was such a huge hit. All the subsequent movies, obviously, are Indiana Jones and the fill in the blank. Mm-hmm. Now, we haven't watched Temple of Doom with her because she's 7, and I remember when I saw it.
Oh, that's a perfect time to see
it.
it.
I crapped my pants.
Yes,
when I was like
want.
12 when that was out.
Have her crap her pants.
But we watched Last Crusade with Sean Connery.
Last Crusade is my favorite.
That's Gwen's favorite,
because that's
too.
the one that I saw in theaters. So I had that. Like, I'd seen the other ones beforehand, but seeing that one in the theater was just the best.
I've never seen any of these.
Yeah, I saw them all in the theater, but we also watched The
that
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull with Shia LaBeouf.
Ooh, that one.
And, well, it's funny because I loved those movies as a kid, and I still, listen, I love Harrison Ford, but those movies are really silly. And I think I kind of forgot, like, really silly.
Aren't they supposed to be for kids, though?
No.
Oh, I thought they were.
No, not really.
They're just like action adventures that exist in a heightened world where.
Well, they're kind of a throwback to like old timey kind of adventure swashbuckling type things. But like Temple of Doom was one of the first PG-13 movies.
Yeah.
And so they were like, oh, we have this new rating. Let's see what we can throw into this. And
ripping hearts out.
Yeah, they threw a lot in there.
Monkey
Monkey
brains
brains
out. It's a wild one.
Yeah, like a cult of slave children or whatever, the whole bit. But that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and by the way, that movie.
Now that's how the cartoons are drawn.
What's that?
The cult of slave children.
Yeah, right. But that movie came out in 2008, and I bet at that time Harrison Ford was like, I think I'm done. Because the guy was like 65. And at the time, when that came out, people were like, can you believe this guy's making these movies at 65? He never in a million years would have thought, I'm going to make another one of these in 15 years.
Yeah.
When I'm 80. I still haven't seen that movie. People are asking me what I thought of Oppenheimer, and I still haven't seen Oppenheimer. We were going to take the kid to Barbie this weekend. Didn't do that. But
yeah, I was going to try and see Barbie this weekend. I just was having too much fun doing other things. Didn't make it.
What else were you doing? Were you having a lot of fun?
I went to a nice barbecue on Saturday or on Sunday at our friend Ramon's house.
Yep.
That was a good time.
That was more fun than sitting in a theater and watching Barbie.
Yes,
with a bunch
it
of
was.
strangers.
It was very fun, and I'm sure Barbie's fun too. But it was just like one of those good ass days. We're just hanging out with some old friends and making some new friends, and just getting to know some people. And it was just kind of the perfect barbecue setting.
Okay,
where there's a good mix of people that you do know and don't know. So it's not.
But it wasn't themed, right? It wasn't a barbecue.
It wasn't a barbecue. It was just. Ramon had some friends over, and we all, had some food and had some laughs.
All right.
Good times.
Speaking of barbecue, our buddy Al Bubba Baker, who was on this show many years ago, Bubba's Q, which was like his big barbecue joint out there in Avon Lake. And they closed it like pre-COVID. It wasn't like COVID knocked these guys out. But the restaurant just wasn't doing what they wanted it to do. And so they shut it down in 2019, but they still had very much a presence online, and you can still do stuff,
I think they just did some catering and stuff too.
They did, except, see, they blew up from Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Like people around here knew Al Bubba Baker and his wife. We had his daughter on years ago, and they were plugging a book or whatever. And he played for the Browns. Was that the hook? Yeah. And so they had this barbecue joint, which was great. But they really blew up on Shark Tank because they got a big influx of one of the dudes on that show was like, I'll give you $300,000 for like a third of your profits, whatever it was. This guy, Damon John, who's on Shark Tank. I don't watch this show, but I know the people on it because they do other things. This guy has gotten a restraining order against Al Bubba Baker and his family because this guy says they will not stop giving me. They said that this guy kind of reneged on the deal, but that they are constantly, I can't tell if it's sour grapes or if there's something nefarious going on. This guy's like, they're constantly slagging me on social media that I screwed them and it's harming my reputation. And they say that he screwed them and blah, blah, blah. That on the show, he was like, I'll give you $300,000 for 30% of your boneless ribs, whatever it is. And then he says when they got off the air, he dialed it back. And so there's this back and forth. But, boy, for your whole family to get a restraining order, I don't know what that means. I mean, it's not like that guy lives in Cleveland. It's not like the Shark Tank guy lives here. So it seems to be, just kind of ceremonial, I guess. But that's a weird, he said all they do is post on social media about how terrible their experience was here. And I would like them to stop doing that. And they say he's trying to take control of their company.
All right, I got the perfect Shark Tank invention.
God, here we go.
It is a social media filter that automatically blocks and puts a restraining order on the people that you screw over that came on your show.
Oh, okay. So let me...
Damon John, I think you'll be interested in this one.
If I understand you correctly, anytime they say something, all you would have to do is go to their account and hit block.
No. It does it automatically.
Automatically?
Yeah, it's...
What would be the impetus for the automatic block?
If they're like...
Keywords?
You screwed us over. Yeah.
Okay.
AI does it. It's all AI.
It's all AI.
Very complicated.
Yeah.
But we got our engineers working on it, and they'll make sure that everything where people are like, hey, you said you're going to give us $300,000, and then you dialed it back, automatically blocked.
Wow. All right. Now, will you be shopping this around on, let's say, Shark Tank?
Well, that's what it's for. It's for the sharks. It's specifically for the sharks. I'm making them a product that they need.
Right.
And it doesn't just do that. It automatically changes their comment into a positive comment. It flips it around.
So all the keywords that might trigger this algorithm, it automatically substitutes the antonym of that word, and now it looks like a glowing review.
Yeah.
Wow, that's sharp. This could work. I will give you $400,000.
I'll take it.
For a 99% stake in your company.
Okay, good. Give it to me right now.
How about $1,000? I'm going to give somebody.
I can't have that either.
I'm going to give a listener $1,000 for a 0% stake in their company. I don't even get a piece of it. You just get the $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You can leave us messages on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way. Voicemails, it is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. Sitting here enjoying Thursday's show. You guys are talking about marriage, and Mary was saying, she's frustrated because it doesn't mean anything. And you agreed. You said it was archaic. And I actually agree, but I was just wondering, then why get married? I believe you got married to your lovely wife, if I'm not correct, after your first marriage, Alan. And Mary, you were talking about getting married to Brian recently. So if you feel that way, why do you want to get married? And it's not just towards you. I hear this a lot, and so that's why I was curious of your response to that. But either way, hate the show. Bye.
Well, no, what we said was marriage is archaic in the sense that you need to be married to have kids.
Or to do anything.
This notion that the only people who should have children are married people is ridiculous. It's nonsense. Now, I got married because my wife wanted to get married. Any guy who's divorced or any person who's divorced will say, I'm never doing that again. A lot of people do it again. I was never, but my wife wanted to get married. And so that's a little lesson called compromise that you'll find is pretty fundamental to a successful, a successful marriage. But no, I would have been, if Gwen had said, we can date for the rest of our lives, I don't care, I would have been perfectly fine with that. But she wanted to get married, and I said, yeah, fine, good, fine with me. But not everybody feels that way. And so that's, so the thing about it being archaic, I'm pretty sure we were talking about it in context of these like nut jobs who want to make sure that the only people having children are married, as if that matters.
In that sense, I was saying kind of a similar thing where I was saying that like just being married isn't going to make you a good parent, isn't going to make you a loving parent, isn't going to make it a good environment. Wanting to be a parent is what's going to make that the best environment for a kid. That's marriage doesn't mean anything in that case. It doesn't have anything to do with it because like my childhood sucked. My parents were married,
Right.
There's plenty of people raising kids separately that their kids have great lives. Or
that's
single
why
parents.
This whole right-wing hooey about forced birth, that somehow that's going to be that's the great fix for what's going on, is forcing people to get, no matter what the issue, right? birth defect, kid's going to die as soon as it comes out. They don't care. Couldn't give a fat frog's ass. They don't care at all, right? Forced birth is really, really big because somehow there's this juvenile notion that that's all it takes to just set everything right again, despite 1,000% evidence to the contrary. But in answer to your question, I got married because Gwen wanted to get married. Now, if I had really felt like putting my foot down, that would have been another conversation. But at that point, and again, it took me 5 years, right? So a lot of people, they do a lot quicker than that. I thought 5 years was quick, but what do you want?
To get remarried?
Yeah, I'm like, what's the rush?
Yeah, no big deal.
Right.
I told Brian, we've talked a lot about it recently with like next steps. Would it be getting married? Would it be buying a house? What would be, next in our life? And as far as getting married goes, I was like, you want the real, total, honest truth? I want to throw a party where everyone has to celebrate me. That's what it is. I want all
like
of
a
our
Poundcake move.
It is. I'm like, it doesn't necessarily like I love him and he loves me. So the paper of marriage doesn't really mean anything.
A lot of people opt for the party.
I want to have a party that is in our honor. So come over to our house and have a party with us and bring us gifts.
But
and
you
we'll
could do
feed
that.
you.
Well, the gifts thing that's a variable, but you could do that any weekend of the year.
Right. That's exactly what we're saying, is that it would probably be buy a house and then throw a party. And if we decide that marriage is part of that, cool, but really we could throw a kick-ass party, and that's really what
Now, I kind of don't understand the buying a house when you're not married thing, because marriage is easy to get out of. Property is another thing altogether. And so maybe that's archaic of me, but just from the legal standpoint, it sounds like a real pain in the ass when you own property with someone.
I don't think
and that's
it would
your
be
only
any harder than getting a divorce.
Well, no. Getting a divorce in this country is very easy.
Yeah, but
getting
how
out
hard
of
is,
property is not so much.
How hard is it to just be like, I don't want my name on this anymore? Take my name off this deed.
But then you also have
then you have to buy out the other person.
Like
I mean, it's a financial thing. That's what I'm saying. There's no financial aspect fundamentally to marriage.
Yeah.
Right. If there's no kids, you go your separate ways.
I know some
take your
ladies that
albums
would
back.
Disagree with that.
What's that?
I know some women that would disagree with that.
With what?
There's a financial part of marriage.
Well, not fundamentally.
Right,
I mean,
right,
when you get married, I mean, obviously the alimony thing, people can argue until they're blue in the face over the alimony thing. I don't understand it either, but that's where we are in this country is alimony. As a guy who paid, easily 6 figures in alimony over the years, fine, but it would be more fun to keep that money. Child support, go nuts, right? But alimony, it would be great to keep your own money after you get divorced. But hey, Bill, hello.
Hey, Al, how you doing?
What's up?
Hate the show.
Thank you.
First of all, I'll give you props for remarrying. I don't know if I could do that. I'm still married, but man.
Bill's like, oh boy, I'll tell you what. I don't know what the state of bigamy is in Ohio, but it's not worth looking into.
No, I'm just saying that all the financial stuff, just like you're saying, house and
yes, I
money and everything. And the longer you're married, I mean, you got to split up investments and retirement, and
that's why a lot of people stay married. They go, it's cheaper to keep her. Right? A lot of people don't want to pull that trigger, but if you value your mental health at all, you got to pull that. I know I have a lot of friends, man, who are just miserable, but in their mind, they're like, this is better. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, especially guys, I know some women will hate this, but you're the main breadwinner, used to be, and like, that's a huge financial. You got to start over again.
Well, I'm especially in the business I'm in. I am extraordinarily fortunate that I make a very good living. But yes, when you give away 50% of your money, yes, that is a different situation. That's right.
Yeah, it's a whole nother ball game. But I chose to keep my money by staying married. How's it?
Yeah.
So I do want to make a quick note on Bubba Baker and those guys. these guys are great football players. Him, Kozar, a couple other guys, but Kozar's been bankrupt twice. I mean, he owned NHL teams. It's a big transition to being a business, especially on Baker's level. So,
well, especially since those guys played in an era where athletes were not making tens of millions of dollars a year.
Right.
What's happening?
That's a great point.
Is he at the gas station?
But my point is, there's more behind the story of Baker. I'll tell you that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. The story about
I meant these guys go on the Shark Tank, and then they got 300 grand, but who knows? Who knows that just went to advertising or whatever. It's not an easy gig when you try to go big time like Baker did. So,
yeah.
I don't have that problem. I just got a regular menial job. So.
All right, thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood. Yeah, I don't know either. You got to market your business. I don't know, but I just thought, fundamentally, I thought it was funny that one of the Shark Tank dudes is like, I need to take a restraining order out on this family because they're blowing me up on social media, which if you're a guy on a show telling people, no, I'm not going to invest in your business, you're making a lot of people mad. So I don't know. That'd be kind of come with the territory. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a problem for doing reputational harm to you, but I'll take his word for it. I got a break here. I have like the band Glorious Sons. Remember those guys? They're coming through to do a show. When Glorious Sons doing September 20th, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. So if you dig that band, I'll have tickets for you a little bit later on. I want to text here 35192 for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Did you ever say Doogie parked poorly again?
So I moved over to the next spot, so I have room to open my door.
So it took him a bunch of time. Like he parked, got out, and said,
"We need like one of those things at the dentist that they like those suction."
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
The GetGo app is better. Believe it. Download to order fresh faves today.
Hey, it's Alan. After a long hiatus, the Alan Cox Show cruise is back on the high seas of Lake Erie this summer, courtesy of Bud Light. You want to join us on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango? All you've got to do is get to your local retailer, find the Bud Light display, scan the QR code with your phone, and register. Super easy. Go to WMMS.com for a list of locations, rules, and all the ways to win your way on board. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, August 26th on the Nautica Queen. Sponsored by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and now easy to cruise. Enjoy responsibly.
Listen up, Ohio. If you want the freedom to choose the right Kia at the right price, then I want you to get to the Ken Ganley Kia Freedom Sale. You've got the freedom to choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-road Telluride. All with zero due at signing. Just sign and drive. Got a trade? Bring it on in, because we want to pay you more, regardless of its condition. And when it comes to credit, we love to say, yes, you're approved. We've got the selection, and we're making deals at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
All offers plus tax tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through CAMF expires 8/15/23.
It's summer at Starbucks, where the brightest drinks and the funnest flavors are all yours for the sipping. So, whether you need to beat the heat, beat the crowd, or just take a beat, refreshing favorites are a tap away with the Starbucks app.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,037 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution to lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger.
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was Stripes.
With some insurance companies, you get a mascot. With NJM, you get a dedicated rep whose top priority is you.
Just called them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
HMW Law can't stand when insurance companies offer pennies on the dollar for your pain or injury from a trucking, car, or motorcycle accident. It's insulting. HMW Law's guarantee is damn right we fight. Dial 800-CALL-HMW. That's 800-CALL-HMW. And tell them Charlie sent you.
You can't put a price on better vision, but if you could, how about $4.50?
Order up.
I'm serious. For the price of a latte a day, you could get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute. The LASIK Vision Institute has performed over 1.3 million LASIK procedures, and we always have great deals to make LASIK affordable for everyone. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients returning to normal activities the next day. So if you want to see better, a latte better, schedule your free consultation at the LASIK Vision Institute.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering 20% off their Wavelight laser when treated in August. That can be over $900 off when treating both eyes, plus guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation with the experts in LASIK and visit getlvilasik.com now. Amazing vision, amazing price. Cost of LASIK compared to a daily $4.50 latte over 3 years. Must mention this promotion to be treated in August of 2023 to qualify. 20% off standard price of procedure. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at getlvilasik.com.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith, Pro Football Hall of Famer and 3-time champion. Trust me, I know about joint pain.
Pro Football's all-time leading rusher Emmitt Smith talks about chronic joint pain and exciting new regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics.
I know what it's like to fight through pain, but now, you and I, we have help. QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced, all-natural regenerative medicine that can give you lasting relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Do you suffer with constant pain from arthritis or injury? Pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or lower back? Don't assume steroids, pain meds, and surgery are your only options. Regenerative, restorative, natural solutions are now available.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love.
Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn how regenerative medicine can repair and restore damaged joint tissue.
Make the call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmitt Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488.
Introducing Rockin' Buzzard Brew, a brand new collaboration with WMMS and the Brew Kettle, a classic American Pilsner that hits all the right notes. It's Rockin' Buzzard Brew, a brand new collaboration with WMMS and the Brew Kettle. Get it now at Giant Eagle.
The $5 Cravings Box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a Chalupa Supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 Cravings Box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
Hey, it's Doogie here, and I want you to make this the summer where you get into a 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 from Classic Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Madison. Your new Jeep Laredo comes with remote start, power lift, and so many more options, and you can lease one for $439 per month when you shop at Classic Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Madison. Tell AJ Kelly that I sent you. Visit them online or check them out online, classicchrysler-dodge-jeep.net. $29.95 plus doc fee due at signing, 24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Offer ends 7/31/23.
Hello, bedbugs. I have some bad news. We've been feasting off this family for days, but they've discovered us, and they called Bedbug Barbecue.
No, not the best bedbug exterminators.
They found them at bedbugbbq.com.
Now we're gonna be a bedbug BBQ.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
At the all-new Kia of Bedford, buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it, no payments for 90 days. KiaofBedford.com. With approved credit, deferred payments applied to the remainder of financing. Interest accrues during no payment period. See dealer for details.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured because of medical malpractice, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Pepper Pike police have cleared a crash in the express lanes of 271 North after Chagrin Boulevard. Traffic is recovering. A hit-skip accident being cleared on Opportunity Corridor near Kinsman. In Gates Mills, a wreck being cleared County Line Road at Brigham Road. Medical emergency East 22nd Street and Chester, and Superior Avenue at West 9th Street. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has great prices on back-to-school essentials, and right now you can save an additional $10 on your in-store purchase of $50 or more. At Staples, school savings are always in session. Ends July 29th, exclusions apply. School on, save on at Staples.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you need to hit me up on social or you want to watch the show live on YouTube. Thanks to Hibby Duffnut for coming in on a Monday to help out with the live stream there. Thank you so much. Your Cleveland Guardians. It's going to be 80 and sunny in Cleveland, Ohio tonight. A beautiful night for a ball game. Let's play two. 7:10 tonight is the one game they'll play against the Royals. They'll play them again tomorrow night, 7:10 Wednesday, end that series with a 1:10 afternooner. And then they'll head to Chicago to play the White Sox. My youngest brother and his family, usually the only ones in my family that make an annual pilgrimage to come see us. And they're coming the first weekend in August. So we'll have Buzzard Fest on the 4th. And then my brother and his family are going to be in that weekend. And I'm trying to think of things to do with them here. And I was like, oh, my God, the White Sox are in town.
Hey.
Except I'm the only White Sox fan in a Cubs family. So that won't really hold much sway for them. But I still need to figure out what we're going to do. Nevertheless, that's my problem, not yours. Guardians-Royals starts tonight, 7:10, here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And if you want to save yourself some cashish at CLE Clothing Company, remember to use the promo code HOT20. All through the month of July, you have a week left to use HOT20. And then, unbelievably, July will be over. And we'll have a new code for you. But you'll get 20% off. Hence the keyword there. It is hot, and you'll get 20% off. Mm-hmm. So HOT20 at CLE Clothing Company. Talking about the... Before the break, that guy called and said, why get remarried, if people consider it an archaic thing. And I was reading about, we told you, I think, about this maybe a year or so ago, about this woman who married a ghost. There was a woman who said that she wasn't joking. She very much wanted to marry her boyfriend, who was a ghost. And unfortunately, they are getting divorced.
Oh, no.
She's getting ghosted by her ghost husband?
No, she's divorcing him. They've been married less than a year. And this is a woman she's 40. This is a British woman who said that she was dating the ghost of a Victorian soldier and that she very much wanted to make it a permanent situation. She said his name was Eduardo. And, boy, wouldn't you know it, they met when he burst into her bedroom and immediately professed his love for her. Some of you gals, it doesn't take much. Some of you really want to play hard to get, and some of the other ones, all you got to do, well, be a ghost.
I feel like...
And burst into the room and immediately profess your love for the other person.
Not to get sidetracked, but I just want to say... I feel like death is the only relief some people get from their spouse. They're like, till death do you part. Like, great, I don't have to spend eternity with this person. I'm a spirit now.
Some people, that's a bad thing. Some people will miss their spouse.
Oh, God.
This notion he does make a good point. There's plenty of people that are like, finally.
No, she can't bleed me dry anymore.
Obviously, but this notion that by the time everyone dies, they're sick to death of their spouse is not the case.
It's a fresh start. I got all eternity. I'm not staying with this bitch. 50 years was enough.
Right. And then to compound that by realizing that the afterlife is all made up, and you're just worm food, I mean, so yes, you do get away from them, but you don't know it.
What if it wasn't made up? What if it was only alive if you get to keep your spouse?
Well, that's a whole other thing.
Surprise, bitch.
But this woman says that they became inseparable once she agreed to spend time with him, and he even would send her messages in the shower. But that they, after they got married, she started to see cracks in their relationship.
Oh, no.
And again, this woman is treating this ghost boyfriend like a regular living guy. She said that they would argue over their wedding date. Now, for a ghost who has nothing but eternity in front of him, if you believe in that, why he would argue over a wedding date?
That's what made
I
her
have no
so
idea.
suspicious. What other ghostly things you have
Wait
going
a
on?
second. Plus, I can touch him and my hand doesn't go through him. So maybe it's not all on the up and up.
And plus, the vows aren't real. It's death do you part. And he's like,
But he's already departed, so I don't, maybe that's not in everybody's vows. People write their own vows now. Not everybody says,
That's true.
until death do we part. Some people are cheeky about it.
Full belly, empty balls.
There you go.
Oh, yeah,
That guy. Keep my belly full and my balls empty.
Ugh.
There was no till death do us part in that.
So disgusting.
But that was their love language. That lady, you remember we played the clips. That lady went to bat for her man. You don't know him like I do, and that was hilarious, and whatever.
She loved it.
That's right.
They're made for each other.
Of course.
They're going to be the ones that work out.
No, they'll be divorced in 18 months.
No, they
Nevertheless.
might work out. They might work out.
Well, everybody might work out.
And
That's what you're betting on. That's why you get married. You go, this might work out.
Yes.
Averages won't, but it might.
So this woman in England said that they would argue over the wedding date. She wanted a summer wedding, but she said that he hates the heat.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm with that ghost.
So they eventually went
Especially
to
if you're a ghost, like, you want, like, doesn't everything get cold when ghosts are around?
I mean,
if you
we get cold. The ghosts don't get cold, right?
Oh, okay.
That's why she wanted the summer wedding. But I don't know.
Be like built-in air conditioning.
Yeah.
Ghost Adventures be like, oh my God, guys, I'm so cold and I'm angry. I don't know why I'm angry.
So cold, bro. So cold, bro.
I just want to hit you. I want to punch you in the face right now. I don't know why.
Did you hear the recording? It said, get out of here. And they listened to the recording.
It's
Did
like
you hear
a
that?
pound cake sound effect.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
They get a whole paragraph. It's just like, did you hear that? He says he wants us to come here. That there's something in the corner over there.
He just read my address. Play it again. So she said that they argued nonstop about their nuptials and that her ghost boyfriend was turning into a huge groomzilla. But listen, they went through with it and they got married, but it's not good. So she said that he got too drunk. I wonder who she actually married, because none of this, even if you believe in ghosts, none of this makes sense in the universe of ghosts.
He's too drunk. Knocking into stuff. Things go missing all the time. You're like, yeah, that's typical ghost behavior. That's how they tell you they're there. They misplace things, flicker the lights on and off. But now she's accusing him of being drunk.
I said, boo.
Honey, I didn't realize it was your bridesmaid's room. What did you say, Cody?
Booze.
Oh, they said boobs. Yeah, booze or beer. Either one works. Boo earns.
Boo. I was saying boo earns.
I was saying boo earns. She said, and I love this because I don't think she knows what she said, but she also claimed that he was becoming increasingly possessive.
Hey.
And which is, as we know, it's what ghosts might do. So anyway, this woman has announced her divorcing her ghost husband. Now, wouldn't you know it, it coincides with the release of her latest song.
Oh.
So I don't know if it has anything to do.
And she's a super famous pop star?
Nope. No one knows who she is.
She's just the lady that married a ghost.
I don't know if this is in a bid to try to get attention. I don't know. She said that her husband would routinely disappear for days on end and she wouldn't know where he was. She says she's divorcing him for unreasonable behavior. Now, I think, and let's go with ghosts are real, okay? Let's take this as written. you got to define what's reasonable behavior. You can't hold a ghost, an apparition, to the same rules you'd hold yourself. You can't go, well, I don't do this. And he's like, yeah, you can't go through doors. I can.
She can basically just act out the Miley Cyrus song, I Can Buy Myself Flowers, because that's what she was doing as someone that was engaged to a ghost. Her life's not going to change all that much.
She'll be lonely.
I don't know that song, but I will take your word for it.
Be sending her messages in the shower anymore.
Oh. You don't bring me flowers. Messages in the showers. She announced the split in her song, Just Another Anthem. Okay. Boy, I wish I had that song. I don't know where it is. They honeymooned in Wales. The country Poundcake, not the anthem.
Okay, they didn't do like a Jonah.
No, they didn't do that.
Is it Jonas or Jonah?
Jonah and the Whale.
What is Jonah?
Who's Jonas?
He's the guy from
That's the guy from the Weezer song,
Oh.
yes. His name is Jonas, but Jonah and the Whale is the biblical tale of the guy, of course, the real story of the guy getting swallowed by the whale. So that woman is... Now, the good news is for people who live over there and maybe are... their closer proximity to it puts them in a better spot to maybe help her pick up the pieces. But you have to wonder if maybe, when she starts dating again, if she's going to be prejudiced against living people.
She'd probably gravitate toward them. She's been hurt by spirits. So now she needs something in the flesh.
Flesh and blood.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck to her and her burgeoning pop career. She is 40, so she better get on the stick, as it were. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there too.
Alan, I know you're connected. I don't ever plan on joining SAG-AFTRA, so I got an idea for these networks for a reality TV show. Everyone loves dating shows. So I propose we start an Indian dating show called Seeking Companionship. Tell me what you think.
I think that's already a show, honestly.
Seeking companionship. You can't remove your head wrap until you've gotten... You might be right.
There was like an Indian dating show that I watched a few episodes of on Netflix.
Well, the funny thing to me is that I've seen no evidence that there is any reality show premise that is too dumb to produce. Like, remember when 30 Rock did MILF Island as a joke?
Yeah.
Now it's a real show.
Yeah. It's amazing.
So somebody was just watching 30 Rock reruns and they go, hey, we could do this. It won't cost us much. We watch a show on CBS called Ghosts. That's a funny sitcom, and it's in between. It's an adaptation of a British show, but it's funny. And there's a couple characters watching a reality show called It's Getting Hot in Here. It's made up, but on this show they're watching, all the people are wearing winter parkas. And so they don't know what the person's body is until they get kicked off the island, and the girls are crying because they're like, I had no idea that he had this many abs and blah, blah, blah.
That's so
I'm like,
funny.
That's a fake show in another show, but somebody would make that.
Right.
Somebody's mad that they didn't make that.
They did that Sexy Beast show where it's just, you can't see their faces.
There you go.
And then there's Love is Blind is a whole big thing. Because
right.
You don't know what they look like.
So seeking companionship.
It could work.
Right. You get, I think this is perfect now that we have a direct pipeline to that Indian audience with Mary Santora.
Oh, I'm already pitching it, baby.
Seeking companionship.
The thing is, I think those guys want you to be on, like, they want to date you.
Here's the thing.
How do you feel about the head wrap?
None of the comments are like that. None of them are telling me I love you, show Bobs and Vagine. It's none of that.
Show me your bobs.
I think they know
none
that.
of that.
Oh, that's
it's
good then.
all like
We just
great
think it's-
content. Love this. Super cool. So maybe I'll host the show.
Okay, there you go.
They're super supportive.
They
They're
really
just like,
are.
They're like what American audiences should be. Like, don't heckle her. She's in the middle of a joke. I want to laugh. They're hella respectful.
They are. They really are.
Do a collab with Darman.
I will. Watch me. Watch me blow up for my Darman content.
That's right. Entitled Girl Won't Do Vagina Pics, Only Does Feet. Lives to Regret It. That'll be your Darman video.
So you see, you can't judge people by the pictures of their feet.
Don't judge a foot by its toenail. Netflix, by the way, had a great second quarter once they shut down all the password sharing. That's kind of a one and done. You can't count on that. But the people at Netflix really rolled the dice and they won because their gamble was people are not going to care about this. People are used to watching Netflix. They're going to want to and they were absolutely right. One of the executives said, yeah, people just kind of rolled over and did it when we told them no more password sharing. So their second quarter profits, they got about 6 million new subscribers.
Do you think Netflix is like, why didn't we do this so long ago?
Well, yeah, because now is a weird time to be doing it because
I refuse. I'm not.
Everything's on strike. So yeah, they had a
We
great
know you
quarter.
refuse. You're not going to pay for things.
It makes me mad.
but in all honesty, it's not like your life's going to be any less because you don't have Netflix. Like, who cares?
I want to see The Crown, and honestly,
well, then pay for it and watch it and delete it.
I can't. It's against my principles.
What principles?
You have no principles.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do that. It's your money. A lot of people, there's a show they want to watch, so they subscribe, watch the show. Now that's
churning.
But that's also why they do them week to week now, because they got tired of people binging them
and then
in 2 days, and then they're out.
We just had to explain this to Blake, not with binge watching shows or anything, but
You had to explain to Blake that Poundcake doesn't really have any morals.
No, but she keeps wanting to rent movies on like Amazon Prime, or she wants to pay for all these movies. And she was getting frustrated with us that they cost money, and we were trying to like help her understand money better. So she had two Amazon Prime gift cards from her birthday, $50. She bought 2 movies and rented another one this weekend. That's what she spent her money on. Because we had to explain. We're like, listen, this is it. And then she kind of had this attitude of like, well, whatever, it's not my money anyway. I'm going to do whatever I want with it.
She's right. Gift cards, I'm way, like, I'm super generous.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. I'll do whatever with it.
It just reminds me of the things that you're saying, because that's very much how our 7-year-old thinks. She's like, whatever, it's somebody else's money. I'll spend it if I want to. I'm not going to spend my own money on it, but sure, I'll rent the Teenage Kraken with my Amazon gift card.
Right.
I just feel like, again, they're greedy. Like, they don't need how much is Netflix now? It's more pricey.
It's like $11 a month.
I was gonna say it was $9.99 when I had an account and just didn't, and I was still getting DVDs in the mail. So it's $11.99 now. They don't need my $11.99. I used my brother's. He was fine. And now they're getting greedy, and they're not even paying their actors, so now I'm justified. So I'm like, no, pay your actors more, and then, I could support the cause. But I'm not just going to give my money to some greedy higher-ups.
I love how you're trying to wrap it into this.
He just needed, he was waiting for it.
Yeah.
He's not wrong, though. I mean, he is weaving a tale here of, again, he is the opposite of an activist. But he's not wrong.
Yeah, but by me not active, by me being inactive, others feel compelled to be active. So technically it is, I did have a part in it.
This is just a bad time for any streamer to be adding 6 million people when there's no new production happening.
Yep.
Right? It's not like Netflix wanted a SAG-AFTRA strike. But they had a good quarter.
Where are the good old days where you could just get stuff on boot?
On what?
On boot.
Bootleg.
Boot?
That's what we call it.
What is boot?
On boot.
Bootleg.
Oh,
like a
bootleg.
hand camcorder in a show.
You can still get get online. You go to Goku.
Yeah, see, I don't trust that. There's too many viruses. And
we get a VPN, and then you
nope, not doing that.
It's the quality. It's not the quantity. I was gonna watch one of these movies, and it was like a dude sitting in the third row, filming it on his camcorder in Pakistan or something. So it's like, you hear his bag of candy crinkling. I'm like, all right, man, the subtitles are in Pakistani. Like, I can't watch this.
See, I don't want that. I don't want any of that stuff on my computer because I feel like there's malware or whatever. I miss the good old days where you could just buy back in the DVD days where you could buy a bootleg DVD and it was not traceable.
You still can. You can still buy bootleg. Maybe not here, but there are plenty of places you can buy bootleg DVDs.
I don't even have it. Well, I guess I would have to play it on my laptop. But yeah, I'm not computer savvy enough to do the VPN or whatever. I'm not.
It's pretty idiot proof.
It would take almost 5 minutes of Googling things.
I don't care
too much. You don't have time for that.
I just won't watch. I'll just go without at protest.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like your life is going to be any less because you're not watching some dumb show.
Right. Now that he doesn't have Netflix, he can read his book.
No, that's never going to happen.
Well, what will happen?
He's not going to read that book. It'll be Christmas. He'll have had it for a year and still be, I read the prologue.
Are you any further into the Jared Kushner picture book that Mary got you?
No, because I know it doesn't have that many pictures in it. But I'll get there. At my new place.
Will you?
Yeah, at my new place.
Are you in the new place yet?
No, I'll be in, August 1st is a Tuesday, so I'm taking off this coming Monday.
You're leaving Cam's Corners?
West Park, but yes.
Sorry, I keep thinking Cam's Corners.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
it's adjacent, right?
I moved around a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then Bill can help me install my bidet in my bathroom, and then I'll have the Jared Kushner book on the little shelf that I'll have in there, and I'll read it when I'm getting the waterworks.
When
Getting the waterworks.
When you're doing your plumbing.
Yep.
So, Mary, I'm going to use it.
I don't care. Do whatever you want. It's your book. It's a gift. And what do I care if you read the book or not?
A gift unappreciated
Right.
is a gift.
It's not unappreciated.
Am I out
It's not
$30?
given.
Yeah, I am out $30. Does that bother me? I mean, whatever, Cody. You do whatever you want, man. It's your
See,
life.
I gave Mary a gift that keeps on giving because I bought her a pair of shoes and now she's addicted
God.
to buying shoes.
Brian yelled at me the other day. I came home from Columbus with a pair of shoes. And Blake goes, she saw the orange Nike box. And Blake goes, did you buy more Nikes? And Brian goes, yeah, apparently Mary can't leave the house without buying a pair of shoes now. I was like, talk to Bill. This is his fault.
It is my fault. You FaceTimed me.
I FaceTimed him from the shoe store. And I was
Yeah.
like, hey, how much do these shoes normally cost? Because I'm about to buy these. And he was like, no, that's a good price. Go ahead.
He's a
and grab
bad influence on your
Yeah.
feet.
Yep.
But Brian has also said he would rather me buy shoes than gamble. So I'm making everybody happy. So
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, so shut up, Brian.
It's a win-win. I've got Glorious Sons tickets for you. If you dig those guys, they're bringing a whole bunch of bands with them. The show is going to get them to the House of Blues on September the 20th. The Glory Tour with Glorious Sons. So we'll do that coming back. Also, some more money, 5:30, that next keyword, so you can win $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
interviews, politics, pop culture, The Real Housewives, Vanderpump Rules, all reality TV, and everything else in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Glorious Sons coming down from Kingston, Ontario. They're on their Glory Tour. They're going to come through to do the House of Blues Wednesday night, September the 20th. Go to Ticketmaster.com to get the details on the show. Good band, though. I dig these guys. 2 tickets here for you if you are caller 10 for Glorious Sons. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is a big song we played a few years ago, right? Sawed-Off Shotgun. It's a good song. Canadian rock and roll for you, dollar of the bosom. Glorious Sons. No, I have to assume that they have other songs, but we were playing this probably 4 or 5 years ago. But Glorious Sons is one of those bands that's a big, big deal north of the border. They're a Canadian band, of course, and they win a lot of Juno Awards, which are the Canadian Grammys. But down here, they come through every so often, and I think if you're a Canadian band too, Cleveland is a really good place for you to come through. I'll have another $1,000 here for you in about 5 minutes. 5:30 is going to be the next keyword for you to grab some cash from the Buzzard bookie. Last week to do it, by the way, too. Friday at 8, something maybe. Be the last one, but about 13 chances every single day before then. We're talking about Poundcake moving, and I mentioned Cam's Corners, and he said West Park. I always thought those were the same thing. They might be, but Gwen is a sucker for like estate sales.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when people die and they go, hey, there was one in our neighborhood last week that I think she kind of went and poked around. There's a website that will point you to these sales if you really want to dig in, and it's literally estatesales.net. And she was sending me pictures from one over in Cam's Corners. And it was all this Nazi paraphernalia. Oh, boy. And I'm like, that's got to be an American veteran who killed a bunch of Nazis and took these, right? She's like, hoping. I don't know. I'm hoping. It was a lot of medals, like Third Reich workbooks that you had, it was a while. I'm like, because it's not illegal to sell this stuff in this country. You might have noticed there's a big market for Nazi paraphernalia, but somebody at an estate sale was selling a shrimp ton of Nazi stuff, like medals and books. And I didn't see any swastika flags in there, but obviously everything on it had a swastika on it. I was like, holy cow. Because it seems if you were somebody that was really into that stuff for something other than historical purposes, you probably wouldn't. There's going to be a different avenue for you to unload that stuff other than an actual website devoted to estate sales that you can go to. And quite frankly, anybody who is interested in that stuff, you can just say, well, I'm into all things of historical value. But it was jarring to see. I'm like, who is this person that's got all this stuff? So there was no indication one way or the other.
Maybe that dude from the Netflix documentary moved from Parma to Camp Square. What was that, Nazi Next
John
Door
Demaniuk?
Or something?
Yeah, but he died a while ago, right?
Oh. Maybe
they put him in prison. And that's the thing, boy. They Doesn't matter how old you are, they're still hunting Nazis. Yeah, he died in 2012. And he maintained his innocence to the very end. But when you have a whole bunch of people that went through the concentration camps, you're like, yeah, that was the guy that killed my nephew, or that kind of stuff. Grandfather. You're probably not going to outlive your nephew who died in the concentration camps, but nevertheless, you take my point. Yeah, he lived in Seven Hills. That was a big story back then. And you're right, that was that documentary.
My Nazi neighbor.
The Nazi Next Door?
Nazi Next Door.
I like My Nazi Neighbor better. It sounds like a wacky sitcom from the 80s.
Yeah.
My Nazi Neighbor.
Devil Inside Us. What the hell was the name of that?
Devil Next Door?
Devil Next Door.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
I saw that too.
I like My Nazi
Yeah, you
neighbor.
turn that on to relax.
Yeah.
Go wish you.
I mean, I kind.
Well, the thing is, most of those people, once they get them and they're 95 years old,
They're gonna die anyway.
they've had a family who knows nothing about their past. Like they got married, they had kids. Imagine finding out your grandfather was a Nazi because these people, because they have made a life here. And again, let's be real. This country historically, it doesn't really walk the walk when it comes to hating Nazis. I mean, we relocated half of their scientists after World War II. But if you've built a family in this country and they know nothing about your past or whatever, with your family, they can't even get their heads around it. So obviously they're not going to believe it's you. You'll say till your dying breath it's not you. All evidence to the contrary.
What if you own it? You're like, yeah, it was me. Yeah, you got me.
I think by the time you get to 95, if you have a family, you're not going to do that. You're going to go, you got the wrong man. Because why would you say that was you?
Like, you got me.
I mean, the prosecution's job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's their job. You're not going to give them any information.
Yeah, they didn't have cell phones with cameras.
Yeah.
Back in the 40s.
Yeah, they're just taking really young pictures of you and putting it next to old pictures of you and doing handwriting samples, which is all hooey anyway.
Yeah.
Handwriting analysis is, not exactly science. By the way, thank you. I think Gay Tim sent me this. That woman's song, the woman who's divorcing her ghost husband.
Oh, nice.
Her name is Brocard. That is her artist name. You want to see the video for it?
Oh, God.
It's called Just Another Anthem.
Is it in front of a...
It's just his...
Is there a bunch of American flags burning?
No.
My eyes are bleeding. My heart is dripping wet. How many tears till I forget?
By the way, the video looks like it had a budget of like $17.
Oh, of course,
and
yeah. What did you expect?
The lyrics don't make any sense. And yeah.
What's her name again?
Brocard?
Oh, God, this sounds like something you would listen to.
Who?
Wait, you.
We're going to be premiering the new Brocard at 2 hours to midnight on Saturday night. Like, what is she doing in the video?
What's anyone ever doing in a music video?
Well, sometimes it goes along with what the song is doing. I mean, she's just sitting there shaking her head. And
Not for heavy metal or punk rock. They just rock
you
back
don't know
and forth.
anything punk rock. Panic at the Disco, this guy. You know nothing of what you speak.
Spread out your hands, look crazy.
Just another anthem. A hate proclaiming, nauseous shaming. Cracklish that's totally draining.
I don't hate this. I don't
Of
like
course
this kind
you
of
don't.
music, and I don't hate this.
Why? Because it's a chick singing?
No, I don't. I mean, it's not even anything about that. It doesn't sound that bad to me.
Yes, it does.
I mean, it has production value, but it's a terrible song. I mean,
but look at what other songs Mary likes.
Well, listen, some songs hit you the right way, and it might be outside the genre you're usually into, but,
It's no System of a Down.
a few things are. But even the name of it, Just Another Anthem, like, none of it makes sense. Now,
Doesn't
again,
have
this woman is divorcing a ghost. So you're right. It doesn't have to make sense. I got money for you. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Each and every one of those keywords is going to put $1,000 in somebody's pocket. I hope it's you. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You want to leave voicemails for us, you can do that anytime. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. I just wanted to let you know that I am into kink and like BDSM and stuff. And if Mary wanted to arrange something in person, there's no need to feel unsafe. Like, that's why you got to communicate with these guys and maybe get to know them. But if she were to get to know somebody a little bit better before she'd realize that who she could have in-person sessions with and who she couldn't trust. She can build maybe if she can build some trust.
Okay, I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about, but I mean,
This guy's definitely getting off just on that phone call.
these calls. Well, I just realized these are among the calls that come in when we're on a sum of show. So people think that we were off. It was a summer show on Friday, so I probably aired something, and he's responding to that.
Well,
because I don't remember I don't think we recently had a conversation about you and BDSM.
Not BDSM, but someone asked about in session. That was a couple weeks ago about like doing foot sessions with guys in person, and I said $250,000, and then that's what started the whole conversation of my toes going into Bill's mouth.
Right. Well, according to that person, he's got his kink. And all you have to do, Mary, as though you didn't know how to engage and meet another person.
How much did I get off of that? Like 30,000?
It was $100,000, I think, to put my feet
but
in
you
your
said
mouth,
you give me 30%.
And we would do 70-30, yeah.
It's called the finder's feet.
Okay.
You got it. So yeah, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, you can.
If that's what maybe that's what that was referring to.
If there's any millionaires out there in Cleveland or people who are financially irresponsible, and you would like a
financially irresponsible.
Yeah, if you would like a 1 hour session with my feet, $250,000. OBO.
She said no BO?
OBO.
OBO, or best offer?
Yes.
No BO and OBO.
Yes.
Yep.
I feel like you need to bring someone with you just to make sure. So
you don't get murdered.
Yeah, pay
security guard, yeah.
Right. How you know the security guard might be in on it?
They would be a friend of mine, dummy.
Everyone has their price.
Well, don't make Poundcake your security, and you'll be just fine.
No duh.
I was reading about a woman from Houston, a woman named Fan Pei Kung, Asian woman, she moved.
Any relation to Bang Ding Ao?
As far as I could tell, not any relation to Bang Ding Ao. No.
Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got a text. Distant cousin. Fan Pei Kung is a girl in Houston, and she moved to the Ukraine to work as an emotional support stripper.
Nice.
There's all kinds of people who have come from this country to volunteer over there, right? There's soldiers, there's aid workers who are like delivering supplies. But this girl, you really got to hand it to people who are, come hell or high water, they will become the influencer that they claim to be. And this is a girl, and again, I don't know if she was killing it on Instagram, but it couldn't have been that great of a life if she's like, I'll just go to Ukraine. She moved to the Ukraine as an emotional support stripper.
Oh.
She's 33, refers to herself as a sex tourist. She created an OnlyFans account that is free for Ukrainian soldiers and volunteers and even some local civilians.
Now that's what's up. That really is giving of yourself.
She's volunteering in Kharkiv on her OnlyFans, and it said that she makes content about everything from free emotional breastfeeding sessions to soldiers to collecting donations so that she can distribute them to the volunteers. So this is a person very much giving of herself, right? Going over there. Hey, any of you soldiers need to breastfeed or anything? I mean, might not be a lot in there, but
I've talked about this with my friend. I've talked about this with my friend who's in the military. I said, is there not like a position for like soldier accompaniment, like where I can just be there and just like, everyone, you need a cuddle buddy. Everyone has, their extra blanket. I just walk down the halls at night and just make sure everyone's good.
Well, all I would say is this is a much more crowded field than it was 3 years ago being on OnlyFans in Ukraine, because as these cities were getting bombed and people's livelihoods were kind of pulled out from under them, a lot of Ukrainian women got on OnlyFans. So she says that she's a sexy girl in Ukraine on OnlyFans, there to volunteer and, in her words, probably put out.
I love the honesty.
So, I
love the honesty.
Right.
And probably.
Well, it's not like she's on the front lines. I mean, she's in one of these cities that is very far away from the Eastern Front, too. So, but she left Houston. And boy, imagine the problems you got where you live, where you're like, I got to get the hell out of here. I'll just go to Ukraine.
I'll just go to a country where they're being bombed.
It's got to be better for me in Ukraine than in Houston. That means there's dudes trying to kill her or something.
A lot of humidity.
Like the driving crooner.
Oh. I was thinking.
People
are trying to kill her.
They're trying to kill me. She said she had lived multiple lives, which included winning the first prize at a NASA Space Health Challenge 10 years ago, being deferred from an Ivy League school, and competing in the Miss Taiwanese American pageant a few years ago. She also lived in Oakland, California. And it's a lot of pictures of her putting gun muzzles suggestively in her mouth and things like that.
Huh?
To turn dudes on. Some guys like that. They like guns. They like the suggestion of
suicide?
Violence.
Ammo fellatio. Yeah. So she ended up in Ukraine and as an emotional support stripper. And she said, I've lost about 5,000 followers since moving to Ukraine. That seems to be going in the opposite direction, but okay. Because if you're a hot chick, they don't want you talking. They're not going for the message. She's talking to people about what's going on in Ukraine. They're not going for the message. They're going for the boobs.
Or the butt.
Or the butt. Whatever. By the way,
the toes.
At Slim and Chubby's, on Saturday, when we were giving away the Buzzard bike, I was introduced to stripper Scott's cousin.
Oh.
Who would not give me her name. She was at like a high top eating with another guy, and the guy stops me. He's like, hey, Alan, I love your show. I go, hey, thanks. He goes, this is stripper Scott's cousin. I look at this woman, and she looked like, I recognized her because I had actually parked my car next to hers, and she was in as I was getting out. So I go, oh, what's your name? She wouldn't tell me. I said, that's probably wise.
What does it matter, though? She's not the one doing stuff.
Right. And nobody would know who I was talking about anyway. It doesn't matter what it was.
Whatever. She wants to keep it
but I
private.
was like, that was an odd connection to the show. Because we haven't heard from Stripper Scott in a long time. And I'd probably venture to say neither has his cousin. But she seemed very nice and looked like she was enjoying her salad.
Was she upset with the guy saying that, oh, this is stripper Scott's cousin? Because that would be...
He seemed to find more humor in it than she did, but... Because she probably didn't even know who I was. But they were both very nice. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
of flashing a gun while he attacked her. We played that Perry on Winfrey video that was on TMZ,
stuff, yeah.
right? Hold on, let me find it here. This is a guy I didn't even know existed until this all happened.
What are you about to do? Carry on. What are you about to do?
You don't think it's on me? I will smack the shit out of both of y'all.
Why are you
I will smack the shit out of both of y'all.
right here?
What's wrong with you?
In front of all these people?
What's wrong with you?
In front of all these people?
Get out of here.
Yes, in front of all those people.
Just
mess around and found
Unless
out.
you're watching that video, you have no idea what's going on. But the woman whose name is redacted from both police reports contacted Cleveland police 2 days after the shooting because she's worried that the guy they arrested, Jalen Jennings, may have used her gun. So what are these people just floating around downtown? Like,
Who knows, me?
oh, it's wild. Crazy. Now, that's one thing. The big problem, however, is that the city of Cleveland is being overrun with dirt bikes.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's been going on for a long time.
It's a free-for-all.
We're used to
It's
the
a
dirt
free-for-all.
bikes. I see those guys.
Now.
You just pull over, or you get the Redeemer and you run them over like on Righteous
Redeemer.
Gemstones.
Oh, God. They got the Fox 8i team on the case. Eddie Gallick and company. I don't know if Peggy is a part of this, but all this video of just these packs of dirt bikes taking over the city of Cleveland. They just look like they're having a good time. If you're in traffic, it would be annoying. They're all out there popping wheelies. But people call 911 to get all freaked out because they don't know what's going on.
This is 911. Do you have an emergency?
I do. There must be 100 motorcycles, four-wheelers, whatever. They got the whole intersection jammed.
Taking over the streets, an endless line of dirt bike riders. Here, last Sunday, barreling down Cleveland's west side, often ignoring traffic laws, even rolling on the wrong side of
Often ignoring traffic laws. It looks like there's barely any traffic where they are, by the way. They're all
They do it on like Sunday afternoons.
Yeah, they're
when there's
all
not
on
a lot
one side of
people
the
out.
street.
Yeah.
They're not crossing the yellow line.
I've seen these guys a bunch of times.
They're popping wheelies.
They go for a joyride. I've seen them on the Jennings, like on the highway.
Yeah.
It's
this
wild. It's great. It's like it's not a great
hard,
thing,
yeah.
but they've tried. They've been trying to stop this for years, and they can't stop it.
Frank Jackson. I mean, when he was in there,
it's
it's
like, we'll just build a dirt bike park.
Yeah, my grandson is one of these ne'er-do-wells. What do you want me to do about it?
It's Ben's
the road,
problem now.
intimidating you. Yet you don't see any police taking back the streets.
Because I'm sitting in the middle of this, and I'm not feeling very comfortable right now.
And a Fox 8 viewer.
I wonder why she wasn't feeling very comfortable right now.
Listen, it's not a comfortable thing for other people on the road, but it's like it's just part of the charm of Cleveland. We got.
That's what I think.
Every once in a while, you get to be in a DMX video, and that's what it feels like.
Why not capitalize on this? Dirt Bike City.
Dirt Bike City.
To be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Right?
Dirt hole from dirt hole to
That's right.
bike.
The dirt bike right up the b-hole of the world.
Shot this video downtown.
There were no police around. Just sitting there, you don't know what's going to happen. They have free range of all the city streets. It's literally a free-for-all.
No descriptions on
Don't we all have free reign of the city streets? Like
She said free range.
Yeah,
she
said
free range. No, I know, but whatever. I mean, she was nervous. I'm literally not sure what to make of this. I mean, I know it's annoying, but does it rise to the level of I don't know.
911, no.
Well,
They're not
no,
doing anything wrong,
listen,
are they?
People are
I mean,
easily-
you're not allowed to ride those. They're not street legal vehicles.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Those aren't street legal.
No.
Is
They're
that what they
riding on
is
dirt
that-
bikes in four wheelers? They're not street legal. No.
Is that what they mean by barely obeying traffic laws?
Yeah.
Okay. But they're not brandishing weapons, are they?
No.
Is there any brandishing going on?
the people that were threatening with the guns.
Police dispatch even referred to riders flashing guns. You also see people
Oh, I
hanging out
see.
of cars in between the dirt bikes, recording video. But police radio showed no urgency.
Being very hazardous.
There's some cat hanging out with like his leg hanging out of the door of the. Because look, some of these dudes, they're driving like little baby bikes.
Yeah.
And other guys are.
I saw him. I think I saw him yesterday because one of the guys was on like there was a group of people, and then there's one on a dirt bike, and he like a little small like mini bike.
Yes.
And he was doing a just riding a wheelie while he was going past me, and I was like, hey, there they are.
Well, that's what
I
I'm
see
saying.
them all
Like
the time in Tremont.
If you were in traffic and they were like kicking your car door or something, obviously that's not something anybody wants to happen.
If I see them coming down the road, I move. Like I don't care if I'm at a stoplight, I pull over. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not going to take the risk of them doing something to my car.
No, understood, but they're in a bigger danger than you are being in a car, and they're on some tiny little putt-putt bike.
But there's more of them than me.
Right, yeah.
They got a gang. What am I going to do? Move out of the way. And they're like, we got you. And then you pull up real slow, and then, you know.
Because we see it down here all the time.
Yeah, we see it. I've seen it all over the place. And they'll crack down on it by like infiltrating the meetup spot, and it'll die down for a while, but then it comes back. Is this the current one? Because this story happens every year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Every summer.
I don't know why it's still news because, I mean, they got time to fill.
Because every summer there's a new white lady like Becky that's like, this is out of control, and just go,
But what are they doing? Just riding around?
They're just riding around.
Showboating.
Having fun.
I was going to say, because where else are you going to do it?
And again,
Cleveland if you have
it's
that
not the
bike?
safest thing. I'm not for it, but I haven't had any problems with it either.
Potholes.
They're not doing it during a sold-out Guardians game when there's 30,000 people downtown.
Right. Well, you do see that, though. We were having dinner at Goma a couple of weeks ago, and we're out there on the patio. And if it's not these dudes, it's dudes in giant trucks rolling coal, right, down Prospect.
Oh, yeah?
Hanging out the sunroof. I'm like, how is that any different than this?
It's not.
It's the usual thing.
On one day last year, police and the Highway Patrol teamed up for a big crackdown on dirt bikes. Otherwise, drivers like you wonder, how can those dirt bike riders simply ignore all of the laws you have to follow? We've reported Cleveland police bosses generally do not allow their officers to try to chase or stop dirt bikes.
Blocking and driving, blocking the street, 100 dirt bikes.
We've heard police brass argue it's not safe for patrol cars to try to chase dirt bikes. Plus, police now chronically short-staffed. We haven't seen this nearly as often as we used to see it, but when it happens, so many of you expect more than allowing dirt bike riders to do what they want.
Something needs to be done, though, because
nothing's going to happen.
It's total anarchy. Not a care in the world. Not a care in the world.
I mean, it doesn't really.
And that's
like they're not.
It's the most, I can't say innocuous, but like if this is the worst thing you got going on, you're living a pretty charmed life.
Like the murders are more concerning. For me, I'm more worried about
the people getting killed.
The guy that got killed around the corner from us, not the people doing wheelies.
But they also say it right in the story. Listen, all kinds of people are taking advantage of the fact that CPD is understaffed, okay? Mm-hmm. But they just say it in the story. It doesn't happen as much as it used to.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see, you just said it. This was a much bigger problem a while ago. During the Frank Jackson administration, when his grandson was, what was the deal there? His grandson was in one of these dirt bike things, and so everybody was pissed off at him because he's like, I can't do anything about it. I think it's kind of funny. I mean, they're not, when they go, they're blocking traffic. I didn't see that.
Looks like they were just going along with traffic.
They're all flying. Yeah, like, listen, if I'm in my car and I see 30 dudes on these bikes flying up behind me,
pull over to the side a little bit.
Yeah,
you let them get around you.
Yeah, you get a little nervous.
It's happened to me a half dozen times. You just let them go. They're out having fun, and like again, it's not the safest thing, but like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I can't
get out and fist fight.
Yeah, am I supposed to try and trip them and stuff? I also saw a bunch of guys doing it on those one wheels. You know those?
Yeah,
I see those guys flying around all the time, and same thing. Like they're just out.
Well, and everybody's texting me, those bikes are all stolen. all of those bikes are stolen?
No, they're not.
They're all stolen. There's 100 dudes out there in four-wheelers and dirt bikes stolen?
Then where's the story about
all the missing dirt bikes?
Yeah, who are all the people calling in saying, hey, somebody took my dirt bikes?
And they have plates on them. Like, they're not riding dirty in that aspect. And, like, they're not riding like they're stolen. If they're chilling with their leg hanging out.
I don't know if they're
wheelies.
stolen or not, but I don't care. I just think it's very funny. They're like, I can't believe this is happening.
You know, I get that it's like, people are like, well, it's really dangerous weaving in between cars and everything.
We understand that.
Absolutely.
We don't.
But, like, that also happens every night on 90 with regular dudes on Kawasaki's. Not these guys. Guys flying.
Oh, my God.
Every night on my way home from work, there's 2 or 3 dudes on sport bikes going 110
And all they
in
need is
between.
one pothole.
Well, there's not a pothole on the highway. I'm just saying all it takes is for one of those cars to get freaked out at the wrong time or not see one of these guys coming.
Yeah.
And
See,
change lanes.
That's what worries me is somebody's going to do that. Somebody's going to hit these or drive right through them. And that's when it's going to be a real problem. But, I mean...
Until it does, you're just about to...
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, they don't have the resources to commit to chasing down giant packs of dirt bike
Rumble
riders.
strips.
Yeah.
Break
rumble
out
strips.
Break out the rumble strips. That'll learn you.
Right. The nail chain.
Sure.
Alan Mary got cut off before she could tell us her frugal Brian story from yesterday's Guardians game.
I don't even remember.
How was he being frugal at the Guardians?
He wasn't.
Oh. So she didn't get cut off.
I don't remember.
There was no story.
We were at the Guardians game yesterday. It was his dad's 70th birthday.
And he wasn't being like sheep at the game? He wasn't like, okay.
We had bleacher seats. but
Mary
that's
and
'cause it
I,
was sold out.
unfortunately, can't go to a ball game with our dads.
No, our dads are dead.
That would be nice if we could.
Only there can I, but it's just because my dad hates sports.
Does your dad have no interest in sports?
No, that's remember last year I took my mom to a game and she's like, maybe the whole like preamble to that is like, when your dad dies, can you take me to a game?
Yeah, I remember that, but I mean, I thought maybe you don't have to be a fanatic. You're saying he cares nothing for sports.
He cares nothing
He
for
would have no
sports.
fun.
Like he would not want to go. Yeah.
Alan, everybody was pissed at Frank Jackson because he wasted money on a dirt bike park.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Okay. Oh, he thought that he
Yeah.
would keep
Yeah,
everybody.
he'd be like,
in-
well, if we had this dirt bike
They don't
park,
have
then let's
anywhere
stay
to
at the dirt park.
go. Yeah, give them a place.
There's no exit to it.
Yeah, but
What's
that's-
more fun, flying through the city streets or going in a circle for 2 hours?
Hey, there was ramps, man. There was jumps.
A huge percentage of the bikes are stolen. There have been many stories about it. Okay.
Send us one.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is you're okay. I'm sure
Lock their
some,
bikes
some of them
about
are,
it? I don't
but
know.
there would be a spate of people. They would be connecting people to stolen bikes. I don't know. I just think that it's not. It's dangerous, yes, but I just don't know if it's one of the worst problems you've got. I'm sure Cleveland police are much more laser focused on the murders happening,
Mm-hmm.
people getting shot and left in their car next to Progressive Field. Poundcake is incorrect. They do not have plates on them. No, he meant dinner plates. These guys look hungry. Well, anywho, whatever. Hello, Jeff.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, just talking about the bikes and stuff. I guarantee you 80 to 90% of them bikes are stolen. A good dirt bike costs around 10 to 12 grand. A quad runner is going to cost you 15 grand. You know,
Yeah, but these guys
are
aren't.
not
These guys,
buying these.
but what I'm looking at, people are not riding high end dirt bikes. There's one dude riding like one of those tiny motorcycles that like a clown at a rodeo rides. It's like
Yeah,
his
you'll
knees
get
are in
some
his
of those
chest.
guys.
I mean, these guys are
Well,
not
you look
riding high end dirt bikes. I mean,
And a lot of them look pretty old too.
you can buy a miniature dirt bike at Walmart for $250.
That is not what those guys are riding, doing wheelies and stuff.
Why
Believe
not?
me,
Where are all the people?
'cause
Where are all the people filing stolen dirt bike reports?
Why don't you call Parma, Strongsville, Chesterland, and see how many of these bikes are reported stolen? I have a nice quad runner, and that thing cost me 12 grand.
Well, okay. Listen, you might be right, Jeff. All I'm saying is every year the local news, Fox, I-Team or whatever, every year they do one of these stories. Not one of these stories ever has reports of stolen bikes from Parma and Strongsville. And that's never, you might be right, but I'm just saying that would be a really easy.
They don't report it. That's the problem.
You're not going to. You just told me that you just told me your ATV cost $12,000, Jeff, and you're not going to report it stolen.
No, he's saying the news doesn't report it.
Oh yeah, but the news doesn't say that there's an upkick in the amount of stolen bikes. I mean, like out where I
Why?
live. Why?
Yeah.
Why doesn't the news do it? I don't know. Why doesn't the news report half of what they should?
Well, no. What I'm saying is these stories are to get people all freaked out and worried. So you think you would add to it a rash of thefts all throughout Northeast Ohio?
Okay, but, all right, so I found it.
Well, I mean, my buddies won't leave their bikes in their trailers anymore. I won't leave my my quad in my trailer.
Where do you put it, Jeff?
You
You have like
lock it up and chain it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I mean, if you don't lock it up, you're going to lose it.
Yeah. No, understood. I mean, I get
agree with that, but that's why.
Thank
I
you,
lock my
Jeff. I
stuff up.
appreciate it.
There's a Facebook page where it's all people posting their stolen bikes, and it's a lot of people that meet up to try and sell them on Facebook Marketplace, and someone driving off.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because they get somebody out there and then
Can
they
I
go,
test drive it?
yeah, let me take it for a ride, and they take
just
off.
Don't go back.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you what I see a lot downtown, though, are the dudes on those three-wheel Can-Ams, which look cool, but there's one
in the garage.
In our garage, there's one under a tarp that never moves. So that means there's more than one
I've seen
dude
the guy
downtown.
taking it out from time
Oh,
to
really?
time, yeah.
I've never seen it move. It's always there.
Oh, here, I got an article about stolen bikes.
All right.
19 stolen dirt bikes and ATVs recovered in Summit County. That's Summit County.
There you go. These guys, they're taking them, they're
They're
stealing.
not driving all the way from Summit County. I mean,
Why
come
not?
on now.
You want to put some miles on it. Because then the guy who reports it's stolen, they go, how many miles were on it? And he goes, 4,000.
Oh,
and then they find
odometer.
it. Huh?
The dirt bikes don't have an odometer.
Oh, I don't know. Well, an ATV would, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh, they don't have an odometer? Nothing?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Didn't-
So, well, then the joke doesn't work. This isn't yours. This has 6,000 miles on it. From Summit County to Cleveland, downtown. Well, anyway.
Yeah, the 2,000 miles from Summit to Cuyahoga.
I told you the joke didn't work, Mary.
Okay, sorry. I'll stop poking holes in it.
Thank you. By the way, and then I have to move on, but I was, over the weekend, I saw a kid in one of those tricked out Subaru WRX, you know, those turbocharged Subarus. What is with, maybe you racers can get me hip to it, what is with the tires that are angled outward at the base?
I've never.
What
even
is
heard
that?
this.
You ever seen those?
No.
I've seen that.
It would seem like you go through tires very frequently like that.
I feel like that's for if you race on tracks.
Is it?
Or something that they're just doing to try and look cool. I don't know.
I don't either. Anyway,
No one's been
I'm sure
arrested
it's
this
something
time.
very simple, and it's a.
Well, that's the quickest story. It just says it was a 15-second story ago. They recovered 19 stolen bikes. No one's been arrested.
And by the way, the joke's on them because downtown Cleveland, the roads aren't even dirt.
Yeah.
These are dirt bikes,
But
dummies.
But it's not a bad idea to have an all-terrain vehicle on Cleveland Street.
Yeah, that's right. Be the only person not flipping over, hitting a pothole.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's so many stolen on this group where it's just somebody that drove off with it, or they just left it out and
Yeah.
someone.
It's
just
like when
run
there's
off on test ride, fake name John Kelly, Facebook account deleted, phone number no longer in service.
It's like out where I live when they go, there's a rash of break-ins in cars. No, there isn't. People leave their cars unlocked. And somebody just opens
Yeah.
the door. That's not breaking into your car, you dummy. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text, get the last word in if something strikes you. 35192, we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
Amari Cooper remained out during Browns training camp Monday and is considered day-to-day with a tweak. Cooper had core muscle surgery in February, but GM Andrew Berry says the two aren't related. The Guards send Logan Allen to the rubber tonight. They open a home series against Kansas City, and an anonymous former Northwestern volleyball player is suing the university for negligence regarding a hazing incident that reportedly left her injured. I'm Scott Davidson.
Electric bills suddenly skyrocketing? NOPEC offers competitive rates and long-term stability that you can opt into at any time. It's easy to enroll. Go to nopec.org/opt-in to learn more. That's nopec.org/opt-in.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Listen up, Ohio. If you want the freedom to choose the right Kia at the right price, then I want you to get to the Ken Ganley Kia Freedom Sale. You've got the freedom to choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride. All with zero do-it signing. Just sign and drive. Got a trade? Bring it on in, because we want to pay you more, regardless of its condition. And when it comes to credit, we love to say, yes, you're approved. We've got the selection, and we're making deals at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
All offers plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through CAMF. Expires 8/15/23.
Fuel up for less with M-Perks. Earn points on your purchases when you shop at Meijer in-store and online. Then use your points to claim a fuel reward and save at the pump. Your dollar goes further at the pump with M-Perks. Plus, earn points for all